Smug. Alright, let's make sure things are working. That's the wrong button. Hello? I can't tell. Shut up, other side. Go over here. Do this. Hit that button. Sure! Okay, cool. It's working. Yippee! Yahoo! Alright, let's get started. Let me make sure that it's on the right... God, it's my headphones. I do not like these. Anywho, hello! Welcome! Hopefully you guys are having a good day. I'm just gonna be... no real plan tonight. I'm just trying to work through some stuff personally. So, don't mind me. I'll just be the crazy lady in the background. Doing things. You know, as I do. Oh no. But yeah, hopefully you guys have been having a good day. I played some Factorio earlier, which was nice. Not looking for anything particular tonight. Just wanna... I don't know. Just wanna draw, paint, whatever you wanna call this. Not too serious about it. Sure. Like I said previously, it's just been art block for the past few days, so I was like, you know what, why don't we try color blocking? See if that helps a little bit. And it kind of does. It makes me think a little bit more, you know? Like where I'm gonna put things. Just a bit. But also, it's kind of like using an ink pen on paper, just like relax. You can fix mistakes later. Not everything has to be perfect immediately. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna cover this up. For reasons. Here's a method to the madness. But, this has actually been pretty fun doing it, if a little, like, stress-inducing to a certain degree of like, oh god, this is gonna look terrible, but it's literally just a thing of trust the process. You'll be fine. Hey, Sheen. I like to exaggerate these parts a little bit. Alright. This is gonna be a little awkward. Hold on. Shift it down a little. Yeah, there we go. If I need to shift it later, I can. That's fine. Okay. Just use the bigger brush, that's fine. A train? No? Maybe. We'll see. Give it 5 minutes. Give it 5 minutes to see if it's a train. I've been kind of iffy since the storms and everything. Let's go for the light green. We'll start with plants and everything. The greenery. A little smaller here. Meh. Very nice. Hey, Auntie. How's it going? Meh. Sorry I haven't been in the chat room today. It's just had to get supper ready and trying to wake up Mom, but she's exhausted from work. There we go. Let's get close up on that. I'm still cracking up from yesterday. Oh, it got worse today because it happened again. That's the thing. It happened again. So, just to catch up on, for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, there's a nurse at my mom's place of work that I used to work at. And there was a lot of suspicions from when she was first hired that she was using drugs and or drinking profusely due to her behaviors. And it tamped down after a while until recently, where her behavior has been so bad that it's just like okay, what the fuck is going on? To the point where her own children are coming in and saying, oh yeah, mom's drunk. So that happened last week, right? And then this is just a catch up for anybody who doesn't know. Where she was inebriated at work and decided to go pick up her child from school while she was drunk, which means that she hopped into a car while drunk to go pick up a child and then brought them back to work with her. Mind you, this is a licensed nurse. Huh? So the same situation happened yesterday and happened again today. And her excuse is, oh, I'm on a medication that just, you know, it makes me loopy. Girl, what the fuck? What? And everybody's just like, are you fucking for real? If you are taking, no, here's the deal. She's a nurse. If you are taking a medication that just, it prohibits majority of your motor functions, including your mind, guess what that means? You hear it all the time on commercials. Do not operate a vehicle. Don't go to work. She could call out. She could get PTO. She has it. But it says she shows up. Like, if it actually was a medication, which, by the way, I'm not believing that shit. I ain't believing that shit. There is no way in hell it's a medication. I'm sorry. And that makes me question. Why are you taking said medication at 11 in the morning instead of right away in the morning when you're at work? When you're at work! It's fucking crazy. But the purse! Oh, she hid her purse today. She hid it in her car. Her and the manager need to get the boot. Indeed, they do. But it's like, what the fuck? And the manager is like, oh, well, it's probably just the medication. So now the doctor is like, okay, let me see what medication it is. Let me see what medication it is, and we'll get you like a few days off to get whatever it is taken care of, but you cannot be showing up to work like this. Well, not even showing up to work like this, it's just taking it while you're at work, knowing what it does to you. It's insanity. It's like, how the fuck? Just what the fuck, man? And that actually pisses me off because, number one, I have a thing about people who drink and drive. That's a personal issue of mine. It's just like, that, as an adult, you have a choice. Like, it is 2025. There is such a thing as Uber. You can use it. You know? Like, it's not that hard. Hell, if you're out at a bar, you can ask the bartender or some of the servers, like, hey man, can you help me get an Uber? Can you help me get a taxi? They will fucking help you. My gods. Hey Vince, hello. You drinking and driving to Mario Kart and Grand Theft Auto. Let's go! Luigi, get in! Ah, shit, Mario. Come on, man. But it's ridiculous. Oh, it's infuriating to me, because it's like you're putting your kids at risk just because you're a drunk. My gods. That will never cease to piss me off. And like I said, it's a personal issue with me. It's just, I've Ooh. Alright, let's see. Where else are we at in green? Once we get this section done, I'm gonna actually add some more detailing to this. I should have done that beforehand. Ah, Mario Kart. I remember playing that on the SNES. Cool. The first time I ever played Mario Kart on like a Happy Note, was back in like 2008 with the Nintendo Wii when it, like, the stand-up variation came out. I was so excited. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever! Oh my gosh! That was my entire world for years. Hey, Sammy. That was my introduction to console games, and so on and so forth. And then it was Bubble Bash. Does anybody remember Bubble Bash at all? I know that's an older game, but hey. Played Pac-Man. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. I'm sitting here like a damn shrimp. But Bubble Bash was an experience. Pac-Man was fun. And then my mom was like, okay, before you play any of the new Mario games, you need to play classic Mario. And that's what we did. Like, my mom made a thing on Fridays before I started watching Star Wars every Friday. That was a fight and a half. But my mom would make it a big deal to be like, we're gonna play Mario Bros. Every Friday! Go get snacks, get the fancy popcorn, thing of soda, and, well, it wasn't Sunny D. No, it was Sunny D. It was like an off-brand Sunny D. For the longest time. But that and pizza. And that would be Friday nights for the longest time. It was pretty damn good. Just sitting there playing classic Mario. Also, I understand this isn't everybody's cup of tea. I enjoy drawing skulls and stuff. It's literally, I mean, look at my user profile picture. Like, come on. You know what you're signing up for with that one. Listen, man. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Now, some of this I am gonna exaggerate a little bit more than usual, so... Not meant to be an exact replica or anything like that. Loosey-goosey. Skulls are my thing. Really anything that's like a representative death. Much like the Predator. We need to play that game where everyone, like, you can have your friends be like humans running around fighting off the Predator. Because I for reasons. I think that would be funny. Just absolutely funny. Oh dear. Gratuitous amounts of fun. I'm not using the fill option for reasons. I tried it earlier, yesterday. Bad things happened. I was wrong. I was wrong. Yeah, we all need to get that game for sure. And I know it's a little older now, but it still holds up pretty damn well. Pretty damn well, if I dare say so myself. Have too much fun as the Predator. Yeah, Sammy would. He's gonna take his revenge on my ass. I hear the cry laughing already. You're like, this is what you get for traumatizing my characters, you bitch! Yeah! Oh, dear. Alright, let's see. Any more greenery? It's a little rough looking right now, but that's okay. I'm cool with that. There's a bit more greenery towards the top here. You know what? I'm gonna add that later. Now, I'm gonna focus on other things. That might be a little bit too dark. Perfect. Alright. Ooh. This doesn't go... Okay, yeah. Gotta pay attention to them layers. Especially right now, because everything's like paint. It's all paint. It's very scary. I mean, at least it's not like actually sitting here painting in the sense of, you know, I got my acrylics, my water paints out, brushes and everything. That's actually very terrifying for me. That is, quite frankly, mortifying. Because I'm horrible at just base painting. Truly, I am. Even with the amount of Bob Ross that my mother has put on over the years, I'm just like... I imagine if I was able to have more time and, you know, be able to chill out with it, I'd be fine after a while, but I just don't have that. Maybe one day. I don't have to worry about so much. Bob Ross! Mom loves Bob Ross so much. That's her jam. That is her absolute jam. Who doesn't? Happy little trees. Happy little accidents. You gotta make sure he's got a friend. Always gotta make sure they have friends. Don't want them to get lonely. Now see, I've only done color blocking with plants thus far. I posted a few on the, there's one I posted, well actually I posted them on, Blue Sky, Twitter. I call it Twitter! Okay? Sue me. You won't get shit. And Tumblr. So yes, I use Tumblr. Listen, Tumblr is actually really nice. It's called curating your experience. I know that's a foreign concept for a lot of people, but... yeah. But also here on the YouTube, in the post section, you guys can see. Kind of soften the edges here, just a little bit. Because, I mean, I am going to come back through and get these a little bit more, but for right now, we just want to add, like, little indications of where things are, rather than full-blown... I'm not taking a charcoal going, I'm highlighting everything! Like an absolute madman. Though I do love a good charcoal pencil, don't get me wrong. I've got quite a few in my collection. In my collection. I can't do the Grievous voice, I'm sorry. I'm gonna die if I try that. I'll die! Oh, God. I should probably make a new... not... what's the word I'm looking for? Not a motif. No. Yes? Maybe. Definition of motif. Hold on. This is why you have Google. Google's a free source. Though you have to get through the AI bullshit. Yippee. Actually, it's not too hard to get through the AI bullshit. You just do a lot of cross-checking. What is a motif? I've always known... Shut up. Here we go. I've always understood motif to be like like a theme, or, you know, like a character's theme song. Oh, it can be a symbol. Okay, cool. Or like a drawing. Huh. So, technically correct. Interesting. By all means, very interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna make this brush a wee bit smaller. We're gonna get up in that nose. That sounds wrong. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Dang it. I need to make the paint a little thicker in some areas just because it wears out, you know, just a wee bit. Apparently I have to add a pomegranate to one of these live streams soon. I'm not gonna get I'm not gonna... he's not gonna stop bugging me about the pomegranate, which I mean, it's one thing. I find it hilarious that that's like the one thing I'm known for by a particular person is like, pomegranate. Are you drawing a pomegranate? It's like, no, sir, I am not drawing a pomegranate. As you so eloquently put it. Nay, not today. Not yet. Even though I drew him like a friggin' pomegranate a few months ago. Like, man, there's your pomegranate, and he's like, I want more pomegranate. Oh, God. No, but I need to get a few projects done art-wise here soon. Because I would like to start working on making some lore pages shortly. Things just to... not really... probably won't work on them on YouTube. I might, if there's interest in it. I'll mainly be posting it to, like, TikTok and Blue Sky and all that stuff. It'll still be publicly available, it's just... I don't know how. I don't... I haven't built up enough of a chill community on YouTube for me to be comfortable with a lot of things yet. So, it's one of those deals that I'm like, I'm gonna hold off on showing you guys this stuff a little bit. Twitch is fine. Twitch I feel comfortable doing a lot of things on. So, y'all are okay. Y'all are cool. You're cool. Y'all the cool kids over here. Oh, dear. Alright, I'm going to pull a magic trick and make it disappear. Boop. Okay. And with that being done... there we go. And I'm just gonna pull this right across here. And yes, we won't be able to see it, but it makes me feel better knowing that it is in there. Alright. I feel like the Hades 2 soundtrack fits this more than the Hades 1. Oh, that's ridiculous. But I love it so. Yes. Which, yes, that's what the soundtrack is in the background. If anybody is curious, it's Hades 2. For anyone who fancies a listen. Though I will say, if you want to listen to something a little bit more interesting, Expedition 33 soundtrack, holy shit. That's some good stuff right there. Which, has anybody played Expedition 33 yet? I hear it's heartbreaking. It has piqued my interest in that manner. That and it's French, so... yeah. It's weird. Just automatically it's weird and I love it. But from what I've heard, they literally just pulled a guy from SoundCloud to work on the music for the game. And I just find that hilarious. Just like these French developers who escaped from the Ubisoft prison and are like, we need to make a weird-ass game that's gonna make people cry. What shall we use for music? Hey, there's this dude from SoundCloud and Spotify. Let's hire him. Fuck yes. Go for it. Full send. This is gonna be a weird section, but we'll get to that. We shall get to that. Oh, that Doctor Who. I have not watched Doctor Who in forever. I just didn't have access to it for a long time. And I recently saw it on TikTok. My gods, they brought back the horror factor, didn't they? It's like, wait a second, what TV show is this? I don't recognize this. Oh, this has some similar tones to, like, you know, early day Doctor Who. Well, not early day, you know, in the 90s and 80s. When Doctor Who was originally starting, right? I'm talking like, David Tennant. And the other guy kinda... Matt something. I forgot his name. Because David Tennant just, like, that's the first name you think of when you think, ah yes, Doctor Who. The Scotsman. Alright. The Scottish dude. And then there's Peter Capaldi, which I adored Peter Capaldi. I don't care what anybody says. He was... I personally enjoyed him. A gruffer, meaner doctor. Instead of super silly and happy all the time. Well, somewhat happy. More like, using happiness as a way to cope with severe depression. Oh. Right. Tapes. Those beautiful tapes. Just little indents of like, we're gonna be here. We were here. Okay. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Oops, wrong button. Everything just gets destroyed. Shit. I've done that a few times to myself. Mainly on Krita. I've been so peeved about it, too. Just like, gods damn it. Well, I quite like Clip Studio a bit more. Just a wee bit. Number one, more options in regards to how to protect layers and stuff. And then... hold on. Number two, you have the back button on here, unlike Krita, which Krita is just balls to the wall. You gotta raw dog that shit. It's like, it is all or nothing in Krita. You don't get to go back if you screw up. Not unless you have multiple saves, at which point that is a pain in the butt to maintain. My God. That is so... that bird is weird. So there's a lady down the street who owns a bunch of birds. And I don't mind them, because I mean, I used to own a bunch of birds. I raised quail for the longest time, and then I had chickens. And I adored those birds quite a bit, even if they were stupid. Just so very stupid. We won't talk about that though. Oh, gods. But she owns bantam chickens and then some your standard yard chickens, you know. Just little birds hanging out, doing their thing. And there's this one bantam rooster that she has, and it's a beautiful, beautiful rooster. Bright red, beautiful black feathers on the tail. Just gorgeous bird. But this thing never shuts the fuck up. It never shuts up. It crows at least at the top of the hour every 3 hours. And it's crowing right now. And I'm like, bro, why are you not in the hutch? Go to bed! What the fuck? There is something wrong with that bird. And I'd say, oh, maybe there's a predator. But that bird is doing it at the same time every day. The same time. I can understand the morning and the afternoon. But my gods. Now I do have the saving grace of being further down the road, so I just hear just very faintly in the background, like you have to actively be listening out for him, or if it's super quiet out, you'll hear him. I feel bad for her neighbors though, because they have to live right across the street from that. I'd go insane. This is why I like my quiet snakes and geckos. Precisely! I just want to go over there and figure out what's wrong with the bird, though. It's like, why are you like this? What is going on? Are you bored? Do you not have enough hens? Hello? What is happening? Alright, so there's a start. Okay, let's see. Add a gray to the back of this. My chickens don't even make that much noise. Yeah, like I had a rooster. I had a oh god, I'm trying to remember what breed he was. Oh, he was a Seabright. He was a golden Seabright bantam rooster, and he was the quietest thing ever. Like, I was surprised. I was prepared for him to be super noisy and like, okay, I need to get him this. Let's get him some enrichment and make sure he has some ladies. He was super chill. Like, he was quieter than my dogs. I'm like, very impressed, but also, is this normal? Is this a normal behavior? Cat, why are you like this? What? No. He's trying to break in. Shh. I didn't spend all day with the cat. No! 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 Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's a very odd... it's a very strange rooster. Its saving grace, though, is that it doesn't go after people. Like, it doesn't chase anybody, it doesn't go after the kids that walk down the street, because it has free range. it has free range of the entire yard and can go wherever it wants. It just chills out in the front yard and does, you know, that. Might actually... What, cat? Why do you have to be like this, sir? I feel like this... Ow, cat! No, this is why I don't want you up here during these. No, go! Kinda want to make this larger, so I think... Thinking about it. Train. No, shoot. Yes. Let's kind of fiddle around here. Oh gods. Maybe wait till it's done. Mayhaps. And then we'll come back to it. I don't know. Because I put in a lot of work on that. Or... Alright, hold on. I can always undo this. Oh shoot, that's right, hold on. Let's just put it on a different layer. Because it just looks disproportionate from everything else. Even more so now. God. Tell you what, I'll come back to that. We'll go back to that later. For now, we're just gonna focus on, like, filling this in. There we go. I'm not gonna worry about it. We're gonna move on. Happy little accidents, right? Right. We're not gonna worry about it. Happy little accidents. Happy little accidents. And the song's good too. Which one is this? I think this is like for no, the Risen Fleet. Yes. Thought it was forgot how to say his name properly. Hercules. There's a proper way to say his name. I have all but forgotten. You know, there's the English way, and then there's the Greek way. Like, oh yes, you can remove the greenery from here, but you can't remove it from the picture. You're going to have to use your imagination. Yeah. I think like right in here is where you'd start to see that shift. Yeah. Smooth that out with the blender. Darker on the side. But yeah, that thing isn't going to be turned into a rotisserie chicken anytime soon, merely because it just doesn't go after the kids. I feel like that's the only reason why that her neighbors, the chicken lady's neighbors, are tolerating it. Because they have a little baby. They got a toddler over there that just kind of runs around the yard and does whatever, and it'll go over into the chicken lady's yard And it's just like, whew. I have to say, the only things I worried about with my chicken, which I called him Private, by the way, like Skipper, Kowalski, Rico, and Private, or Penguins of Madagascar. That's what he was named for. Train. Because I thought it was cute. Okay, I thought it was funny, and it was funny. Okay, train has stopped the honking. We may continue. Anyhow. The only thing I had to worry about with Private was him being around men. Oddly enough. That chicken despised men. And I don't know why. Because for the days that I couldn't, like, go out and take care of my bird, you know, because I get called to work or I'm at the hospital, what have you, our good neighbors, our former good neighbors, well, he would come out and feed the birds. And just take care of them for, like, a little bit until we got back. So it wasn't like, oh, I was the only person he was ever around. He just, and the question of, well, did your neighbor do something to the bird? No. He was terrified of that bird. He was like, you know, he's a little scary. I'm like, how are you terrified of something that's smaller than a work boot? Oh, you know. Angry chicken sounds. But she never did anything to the bird. Trust me, I would know. He just did not like men. But he was chilling around other birds. He could really not care. He was like, oh, cool. Other chickens, la 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 la. Oh, look at you. You're so tiny. Because we had to, there was one winter where we had to bring in all the birds into the house because we were getting a blizzard and it was gonna be bad. And my mom was like, you know what? Let's just bring all the birds inside. So that included all 100 quail that we had at the time. And then Private and the 5 hens we had for him. And the thing was, we brought their old hutch inside and then set up a dog kennel for them. And hi, Nisa. Set up the dog kennel for them and for Private and the girls. And it was quite nice. It was quite cozy for them. Because it got their own hay. Fancy bowls. It was like, this is nice. This is real nice. I had to drag my butt outside to go and grab hay, but you know, it is what it is. You do what you gotta do. Do what you have to do. And he just did not care that there were quail roosters right across from him. He was like, you are very tiny. Why are you tiny? Explain yourself, tiny bird. Alright. I'm waiting for Sam's edition to come up. Because that's like my favorite part of the soundtrack. Is, oh, fuck. What's his last name? Hold on, let me look at it. Sam something. Sam Gendel. That's his name. Sam Gendel. What's this from again? The soundtrack is Hades 2. The original edition. Not including War Song. So, I haven't listened to War Song yet. He's very nice. Darren Cobb does a good job with, like, it's basically metal Mediterranean. You know? Hello there, Kieran. Oh, but it's metal Mediterranean. It's great. The game isn't even out, like, fully out yet. It's in early access at the moment, which is why I haven't picked it up yet. I'm going to once it's fully out, but I just... There are times where I'm like, okay, you know, that's really nice, but... I think I shall sit here and I shall wait. Because I want to enjoy the story in full, you know? Well, they're nailing it with the soundtrack, my gods. Per usual. To be honest, it's really difficult to fuck up a soundtrack for any game or movie. It really is. Oh. A few of them I don't really care for because it's not my style or tempo or anything. Like, I'll give you an example. Interstellar. I'm not saying they did a bad job. I'm just saying, not my cup of tea. Though, I will say, has anybody... More like I'm gonna ask, has anybody seen Sinners yet? That movie's just... I want to see it. I would love to see it. Nope. Oh. I'm gonna have to convince Tom to watch it. It looks fantastic. That and the soundtrack to it is just awesome. Not yet, Kieran. Not yet. Ah. I know the big thing is, the most popular song out of it is the rendition of Rocky Road to Dublin, but I would like to counter that and say Put Down the Guitar is probably the best track out of the entire thing. Ludwig was like, I'ma get that award, bitch! I'ma get it! Hell or high water, baby! He brought out all the stops for that. The Smokestack Twins, their theme is superb. That's all I'm gonna say on it. Oh, man. Starting to shape up. Like I said, this is one of those things that you just gotta trust yourself on, and it's terrifying. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, Lord. Hmm. Kind of go along this bridge here. Smooth it out. And then later I'll add some more highlights to it. As you were. Biscuits. Oh no. Man, I went heavy on that, didn't I? Hang on. I went heavy on the gray in the background. Oof. Sheesh. Anyway. What are you using to create this? Oh, I'm using Clip Studio Paint. I'm quite fond of the program. It's better than Krita, I'll give you that. Though I will say Krita does have its bonuses in the fact that, number one, it's free. And it's great to use if you're trying to get into using a tablet or something and just starting out in digital art. So, I will not knock Krita too hard. That and Krita does have a free animation program that you can utilize. It's very easy to learn. You just have to be exceedingly diligent about saving your work, which I am horrible at. Now, Clip Studio does have a animation program, but it's behind a paywall, so yeah. Much pricier. Oddly enough, fun fact, Krita, the animation program for Krita, is industry standard. Which makes sense, because they do have a lot of good tools. Like I said, you just have to be diligent about your saves. Because unfortunately, Krita has a really bad habit of just collapsing upon itself occasionally. It'll crash. You're like, welp. Clip Studio is pretty good about not crashing. Yeah, as long as it's not Adobe. I despise Adobe. I tried that for my last year of high school. It sucked so much. I could never get into the program to paint on Adobe. Because everything, it was like they were going through a weird shift at the time of, oh, let's try and milk more out of our customers by making them pay even more for a program they're already paying $50 a month for. Like, oh, you gotta pay more for tools, you gotta pay more to, like, have more space to work on, and this, that, and the other. It sucked so much. So I just, and to, like, cancel your subscription cost $100. At least at the time it did. It was god's awful. And I don't know what it's like anymore, but I'm not going back. How long have you been drawing? For a very long time. for a very long time. That doesn't mean I'm good at it, but I like it. Oh dear. Yeah, Adobe is terrible. I cannot recommend that to anybody in good faith. Not even upon my worst enemies. And that's saying something. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I know this spot right here is a little wonky. We're gonna work on that later. Right now, we're just working with it. Because this nasal is terribly small. It needs to be a bit wider and, you know, show more bits inside. You know, like right in here. So, I'm fully aware of this. I am well aware of this fact. But I am going to add some indents here. Just to keep it going. I am well aware that I have to redo all this. Trust me. It just makes me feel better. Oh dear. Pull that down. No, I have to say, this is one of my weak points is paint. Because the way that I was taught, because here's the deal. I was taught traditional art first. We all start with paper and pencil and crayons that our father gets us, the really expensive ones from the art supply store, because your dad discovers, oh, my child loves art. And not just, oh, you're scribbling in preschool. No, you really like art, you know. Let me sit you down and let's show you fire and ice. See if you like that. Oh, you're into that? Okay, cool. Oh, you like aliens? Okay, cool. Do you like Star Wars? Okay, cool. Oh, you're making little things of them. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go get you some. I'm gonna go and get you some nice crayons and a little journal for you. Proceeds to take crayons and draws all over mother's furniture. Whoops. Oh no. It's like one of the few things in my family that's kind of just mine. Because everybody else is musically inclined. Very musically inclined. And then there's just two people. Well, really three. My youngest uncle, myself, and my mum. We're like, ah, we like charcoal. Ah. Everybody's like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Go over there with your weird stuff. Get out of here. Why can't you play the piano? Oh, God. There was a time where I was forced to take piano class. I hated it. I despised it. And it didn't help that the person teaching me despised me. There was no win in that relationship. It was just pure spite. Not even spite to learn the instrument. It was just pure, I'm going to beat you over the head with this. If you tell me that my hands are in the wrong place one more time, I'm going to shove this paper down your throat. Let me out. Drawings on the walls. She's drawing on the walls. She's in the walls. Yeah, my mom made me take piano classes too. Oh, God. The worst one was the last music teacher I ever had. This dude was just fucking crazy. It had no reason to be around kids. Ugh, gods no. Ew. Brother, ew. But he and I would get into literal scream. This was Yeah, this was elementary school. This was my last year, 5th grade of elementary school. Me and him would get into screaming matches because I refused to stay past class hours to learn any of the instruments, mainly because I hated doing that stuff and I didn't like him because he gave me, like, the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. Just like, you are in danger, Will Robinson. But it was just like, no, I don't. And it was like the weirdest thing. I had to remind him so many times, like, you do know that this is an optional thing, right? Like, I went into your classroom, signed the form that said I was not interested in playing any instruments. Why are you getting on my ass about this? Alone? Yeah, it was he would constantly try to be like, I need you in my office, and I'm like, hell no. Mr. Smith! Mr. Smith, where are you? Jeez. Oh, man. Me too, I switched to cello eventually. Yeah. But was never musically inclined. I can enjoy it, though. I can enjoy it. Alone, never, indeed. Yeah. Especially in Florida. Like, let's be real. A lot of shit goes down in Florida. Alright, double checking where everything is. Oh, I should not have done that. Shoo! I'm gonna thicken up those lines, though. Always have at least 2 kids in the class. Yeah. But even then, it was uncomfortable with other kids in the class. It's like, ugh. Gods. But the art teacher for that particular school he was a fucking vibe. Like, the best way for me to describe the art teacher for that school was the literal definition of a hippie straight out of the 60s. Like, this dude had all the... He was just this tall string bean of a man with a huge afro and wore the brightest clothing possible every single day. And he'd just walk into class and be like, "What's up, little dudes? What's poppin'? How you doing? How we feeling today? You wanna mess around with some watercolors? Hell yeah, bruh." He was just easily lovable. And he would teach some serious things, like, you know, art history and stuff, and that's where I started learning about, oh, art is very political. Interesting. That's where I first learned that lemons were a sign of rebellion. No, it wasn't lemons. It's apples and lemons were a visual of rebellion in classic art. My art teacher was like that too. And here's the deal. That guy was never sober. He always smelled like weed. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I just find it hilarious, even now, as an adult. Oh, God. It's like, oh, here we go. There he is. That's our guy. Alright, let's go a little darker. Oh, it's the hospital helicopter. Get to the chopper. I never knew that. Well, he still had a job was the thing, even though the principal knew he was like... Did you realize then he was a high guy? Like, all the students knew something was a little off about him, but we were chill with it. Because he was like one of the nicest teachers in the entire school, aside from the gym teacher, who unfortunately had an accident halfway through the school year, which everybody was bummed out about. Like, oh shit, Mr. Cole, no. But yeah, I realized it after a while, like, oh, he's high. Okay, well, I mean, he's not being mean to us, and he's not really messing with anybody. You know what? We're okay with this. You gotta pick and choose your battles, right? So he didn't say anything about it. We didn't say anything about it. Nobody cared. It was just one of those things that was like, okay, cool. There was a few parents who cared, but it was like the other parents were like, no, 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 no. You shut your mouth. Shh. Silence. Who was your craziest teacher? Oh, gods. I gotta think on that, because I had a few crazy teachers. Some of them were crazy in a good way, some of them were crazy in a bad way. But you pass! Mm-hmm. We passed. He was also the same teacher who bought me like a bunch of drawing journals, because around the time that I started getting into art, like seriously getting into it, and my family started taking it a little bit more seriously, a bunch of my other teachers, because I had like 5 teachers that year outside of art and everything else. Yeah, it was my math teacher. He decided that because my mother embarrassed him, that he was gonna go through my bag, and he took all the, like, my personal journals that I was drawing in and confiscated them. And decided that, oh, this is a distraction. That's how my boss is. He doesn't mind as long as we get our work done. Like, that's fair. Like, as long as you're not bothering anyone and you're getting your work done, that's fair. I'd rather have someone teach my kids on pot than teach them on alcohol or meth or Valium. Yeah, exactly. Especially if it's a person who's just like, because, you know, there's different variations of reactions to weed, you know. People get very paranoid, very upset, or, you know, the crying drunk. I've seen that variation before. I dated it. Just a little. There were times. There were times. But just push this a little further out. I don't want to add too much of this color down. It'd be overwhelming. But definitely not a nurse. Yeah, you don't want your nurse, you know, showing up drunk to do a blood draw. That's who would do that, I say with gratuitous sarcasm and knowledge. No. Craziest teacher. God. And it's not even that math teacher. I'm trying to think. I'm really trying to think. I think The craziest teacher I've ever had was probably another math teacher. Middle school. 6th grade. Right after that. Yep. I called her Miss Chihuahua. Oh, God. I would like to preface that, I was, not necessarily a bad kid. I just had a particular code of you don't mess with me, I don't mess with you, right? You earn my respect, you don't deserve it. That was how I ran as a kid, and still do to this day. You know, show me that I can respect you. Show me that you are worthy of it. Right? And I feel like that's fair. But there were a lot of teachers who did not understand that and felt that because they were older, they deserve it. Boy, were they wrong. I made well over 6 teachers quit throughout my years in public school. But this particular teacher was very, very stubborn. And I commend her for that. However, she was also stupid. So, one of my biggest beefs is with... I need somebody to explain the psychology to me behind this particular teacher. Because it is a subtype of teacher. Where they get pregnant, right? And decide to test out baby material on their students. Now, imagine you're in 6th grade again. You're starting to get used to the whole, like, concept of, oh, you're being prepared for high school. You're dealing with... What is that? That's a train. Train! Oh, God. Oh... Hey, JJ. Okay, train is gone. Yay. Yeah, I made a lot of my teachers quit just because, they were fucking stupid. And thought that they were gonna bully me into doing what they wanted, so yeah, that didn't fly. Anywho, any hoot. So with that being said, this particular teacher I nicknamed Miss Chihuahua because her voice was super high-pitched. I can't mimic it. I don't know why I even bother. And she was this little blonde ditz of a woman, like the definition of a ditz. She could never have anything straight. She never had her lessons plans together. It was all just thrown together, whatever. And when she got pregnant, oh my God, I was ready to slam my head into a brick wall. Because it went downhill from there. We stopped learning about, you know, advanced algebra and all this stuff that I actually found interesting at the time. I was like, oh, this is kind of cool stuff. Let me have these fucking booklets. I want to read this, you know? This reminds me of my mom's schoolwork because my mom would just hand me stuff from her college and be like, here you go, kid, read it. Not saying I understood it. I just found it interesting. And that's kind of what you want in a kid. Like, oh, you have an interest in this? Yes. Feast, my child. Feast. Knowledge is power. There you go. No. This infuriated the woman. But alas, she decided to put on... Yo Gabba Gabba. And yes, I remember the name of that fucking show. I despise that show so much because of her. She decided to put on Yo Gabba Gabba in front of a bunch of 6th graders because she forgot the lesson plan got home. And expected us to, quote-unquote, participate by dancing in a baby show. We are 6th graders. We're not 5. When's the next stream? Oh, that's gonna be tomorrow in the evening. I'm gonna be trying to start around 9:30 Central Standard Time in the evening. Yay. Ditzy dunce. So... God. I'm one of those people that I don't get embarrassed by other people. I get embarrassed when I'm in a situation where I'm not entirely sure, like, what I should be doing with my body. Does that make sense? Like, I feel awkward. Like, if you go to a website where it's, like a model or something, and you just put it on low grav, and it just starts wigging out, like, blah, 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 blah. That's what I feel like in any situation where it's like, okay, let's dance to some music. Oh, let's do this. I feel so awkward. No problem there, Nancy. Ugh, dust. But I feel like that, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna remove myself from the situation before I embarrass myself further, right? Well, I don't participate, and I'm like actively telling her, yeah, no, I'm not doing this. This is school. This is not like Honey Boo Boo's dance class, sugar. Come on, knock it off. Well, this pissed her off. And she then proceeded to try and make an example out of me, which didn't exactly work because all the other students were like, this is awkward. We didn't sign up for this today. We were ready for a pop quiz. It's like one of the few days that we're ready for a pop quiz. And you pull this? Girl, no. Like one of the few times I felt in tune with everybody. Just all of us collectively being like, this is really cringe. She expected us to participate. So she starts screaming at me, and then eventually I just look at her and I tell her, you know what, go ahead and write me up for not participating, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I will walk my happy ass down to the principal. Now, of course, it was a bit more eloquent, but it's been a few years. So she, of course, goes, oh, you go ahead and do that, and I'm gonna call your mother. Oh. Oh, please do. My mother would love to hear why she's being interrupted at her job by you. Please do it. If the ever wasn't gonna be there with her lesson plan, why would she think y'all were ready to do that? I know, right? So she's a little perplexed by this, like, well, this is a first. She's not begging me not to call her mother. She's not doing this. What the fuck is wrong with this kid? Okay. Well, I go down to the principal, and the principal already knows me at this point because I've been there a few times. And it's already the second month. That's bad. I feel like that's bad to a degree. Not like I've been written up a lot, but there are some interesting circumstances that occurred for me to be there. So get there, and the principal's like, why are you in here this time? You'll find out. Oh god, what did you do? You'll find out. Mom gets called. Mom is pissed. Mom shows up to the school. Mom demands to have a meeting with this teacher. Then demands to know why said teacher didn't have her shit together for the day, and instead insisted on the students doing a dance performance in math class. that did not go over well. And in retaliation to my mother scalding this teacher and embarrassing her in front of the principal, and the principal basically saying, hey, you know what? You're kind of right. Why didn't you have your shit together? Why are you doing this? This is a really weird thing to do. And you're supposed to be the math teacher, right? Right? In retaliation, I was basically excluded for several months from the classroom, and made to sit in like the in-between rooms. You know, you have, hold on, let me make a little diagram. Let me make a quick diagram real quick. So, you had this classroom, and then you have this classroom, and then you had a room in between. Like, I was in this room for several months. Anytime I stepped in, she was like, you need to go to the back room. I'll just hand you whatever it is. Well, the principal was embarrassed because that wasn't the only parent-teacher impromptu parent-teacher conference that occurred. The first literature teacher I had there, I made her quit within 3 months. Now, the hell is that allowed? It wasn't. It wasn't until I said something, because I just kind of accepted my fate at that point. I was like, yeah, me and this bitch are not going to get along. But I'm going to make her day miserable every time I'm in here. Because the thing was, I already had, like, beef with that school. Because, here's the deal. I was an A-B grade student up until I got to that school. When they put me in remedial classes. They put me in fucking remedial classes even though I was getting A's and B's. Which was so perplexing. I was like, why are you putting me in a remedial class? Well, we just feel like due to your diagnosis that you're just not ready for this level of education yet. What the fuck? Alright, fine. You know what? Fuck you. Oh, God. And to be honest, I love that remedial class. Because the teacher there was actually really cool. And she actually helped me get more into art. And got me talking to the art teacher there, but I wasn't able to go to those classes. Which sucked, because they looked like so much fun. It was also weird. They never let me go to PE either. Not like I would have enjoyed it because they didn't have an archery range or anything, which, yeah. Archery was kind of my thing at that point. Yeah, Mom should not have even had to go down there. Waste of time. Yep, it was. She was pissed. But I had resigned myself to, okay, this is my fate. And eventually my remedial class teacher, Miss Gordon was her name, she was dropping by because she didn't really have classes between 8 and 12. Hold on, the soundtrack cuts out at Cross Flames and Across the Rift. No, Across the Rift is available now. Yay! So she didn't have classes between 8 and 12, right? It was just empty. So she would go around to the students in the later classes and just check up on them to see how they're doing. And like, what's your normal vibe outside of my classroom? Let me see if there's any behavioral help that you need. And she was like, Gods, where is Evil? Where is she? She's supposed to be in class. And the math teacher was just like, oh, she's in there. I wouldn't bother her. Right? Just being a bitch. And Gordon's like, what the hell are you doing in this room? Oh yeah, this is where the math teacher puts me, because she just doesn't want to fucking deal with me. Why is that? You'll have to ask the principal for that. So she hears the story and she's like, what the fuck? So she goes to my mom and is like, this is what they're doing. Of course, mom flips her lid again because she's like, so you're just blatantly ignoring my kid. That's awesome. Anywho. Yeah, that school was fun. It's like the most problems I've ever had at a public school. And I've gone to so many different public schools throughout my life. It was just that one middle school was awful. I swear the teachers had it in their mind of like, ah, yes, I'm the adult. What I say goes, even if it's wrong. You know. I don't have to show up ready for work. I can do whatever I want. La 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 la. It's like, what the fuck? You get paid for this shit? Yeah, no, I'm gonna challenge you on this. I'm gonna make every day that you're in here suck. Suck so much. Yeah. Literature teacher tried something similar because she looked at my case file and it's like, yeah, I did have a case file. Just because I had, or I mean not had, but I was a little slower, let's just say that. Which was in part due to trying to figure out, okay, how the usual method doesn't work. I need a more hands-on approach, which was quite literally all I needed was physical representation of what you're trying to teach me, what you're trying to show me. Do not overload me with a shit ton of equations or a shit ton of information. Let me digest it at a slower rate. And I can handle everything else. Otherwise, it was fine. Why is this? Oh. That. I was like, why are there marks over here? Anywho, there we go. It's like some of this you're never gonna see. Which sucks, but you know, it is what it is. Oh dear. Okay. But yeah, this literature teacher tried the same thing and basically looked at me and said, "You're too stupid for this class." In front of God and everybody. And I looked at her and I'm like, Are you sure you want to go with that? Well, it's true. It's on your file. I'm like, just because it says I'm autistic on my file doesn't mean I'm fucking stupid. So, I made her a special letter that I had her read out in front of everyone because she wanted to, once again, somebody else trying to make an example of me. And it wasn't very kind. Not incredibly rude, but there were some words that she just didn't understand, which I then shamed her for, because it's like, how are you a literature teacher if you don't understand what I wrote? How did you get this job? You're not eligible for this job if you can't understand this. And, yeah. Then we got another literature teacher who just minded her own damn business, which I was very appreciative of. And she let me read anything I wanted, which was great. Like, ah, yes. I want to read the Odyssey. That's a good read. Tragic. Though I did develop a hatred for poems. Immensely. Private schools are weird. I've just learned that autism just means weird, different. That's about it. Yeah. It doesn't mean that somebody's stupid. It just means that their brain is wired differently. Like for me, I process things a little slower. Specifically, information. It takes me a little longer to understand it. It's like I need to know how it works like a machine. If you are putting together a machine bit by bit, I need to understand what every part does. Otherwise, it's just going to collapse in my brain, right? That's how I work. Which is why I like drawing, you know? It's like, I understand how almost everything functions. To a degree. Doesn't mean I can execute it very well, but, you know, it certainly helps. But there was always this weird stigma, especially around girls with autism, where people were like, oh, you're just fucking stupid. Meanwhile, boys got the golden child treatment, and it's like, why? I don't understand how this like, what? Get scrutinized for asking in too much detail. Yeah, like, tell me exactly, if you're going to give me instructions, I need you to tell me exactly what you want from me in specific details. So that way, it's not that I'm trying to be annoying, it's literally because I want to get what you want done correctly and efficiently. And that if you need it done again, I'll remember how to do it. It's just, it's mind-boggling. And of course, every teacher and every adult varies, individualism, but that's the basis. I did not get that treatment. Oh, God. Yeah. Okay, this spot is kind of lackluster. Because people are ignorant and then do really dumb shit. Yeah. I'm gonna fill it in here like this. Hold on. But it's just, it's so... It's just dumb to me. It's like, but why? No, go for a lighter color. That's not gonna fit because it's kind of in the path of the light here, and I know this section's darker in the greenery. Ugh, this is the problem with living in Oklahoma. Doesn't matter how much you dust, there's always going to be dust. It's in the walls. Okay. Alright, that's the color I'm looking for. Wonderful. Wunderbar. But no, it's just... School was not that great at any point. There is very few fond memories of it. Just make everything wet and then you'll have a mold problem. No thank you. I saw this TikTok of some guy who just realized he had a water issue in his apartment because there's plants growing out of his doorway. And another girl who's discovered that her upstairs neighbor is having plumbing issues because there's grass growing through the carpet. And I'm like, oh my god! Oh no! I just got diagnosed with autism finally at 26. Oh my goodness. I never knew what the fuck was wrong with me. And got relentlessly bullied my entire life, even by family and friends. Oh god, I feel that. Here's the deal. When it comes to autism, it's typically it's genetic, and so it's like baffling to me when people, especially family members, are like, "Oh well, you're just weird," and I'm like, "Yeah, and so is my uncle, but y'all love him. What the fuck?" I still struggle and hate myself personally. Oh, I'm not gonna say it gets easier, but it definitely takes practice. To read your file and based off your diagnosis, call you stupid is pretty wild. Hopefully it gets better with more awareness. I don't want to get into the subject too much because I know there are people of varying political alignments, to which each their own. Everyone has their own variation of tea and coffee and their drinks that they drink, and we should moderately be fine with that, aside from the, you know, those who wish harm unto others with their political alignments. Did I say that carefully enough? I fear that such stigmatisms are only going to get worse over the next few years for particular reasons. Yeah. Our outlook does not look great. But alas. Yeah, my dad is definitely autistic. He gave me the most shit on my lack of awareness. Oh no. He definitely doesn't think he's autistic. They never do, which is baffling. It's like, where do you think this came from? Is absolutely already getting worse. Yeah. It's abhorrent. And it's like, I have to be careful with my words. It baffles me how ill-informed people can be in this day and age when we've had free resources to information for so long. And when literally half, at least speaking for Americans, majority of my generation, I'm 24 by the way, for those of you who don't know, most of my generation has been had it practically beaten into us by an Acme hammer and an anvil at the same time to constantly research, cross-check everything. Never take anything at face value. There are different sides to every story. Not everything is black and white. So it's baffling. Misinformation is rampant, indeed. Especially with the usage of AI, which I can just not... I can't take anybody seriously who uses AI in any capacity. Right? It's just, I can't... Come on. I'm an artist. Speaking of which... I think I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna redo this. I'm gonna just do it. Do it! Do it! Yeah. Emperor Palpatine, there was some meat left over from last night on the counter. What do we do? Stew it! People keep saying comedy's legal now while making jokes that make me incredibly uncomfortable. Yeah. That's what y'all learned, but I don't think the older generations got that. They're the ones bridging it. It's like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Alright. Redoing this section. Exaggerate that nose. Hold on, wait. Wait. Shaboo. Okay, right there. That's a good layer. It's a good layer to work on. I use it to check certain emails for, like, feel. Like, feel? Explain. Explain myself, good sir. Eesh. Okay, maybe have it on its own layer here, because that's not working too swell for us. Field of choice is AI, and I'm looking to master comp science and neuroscience. Okay, that I can understand. But I'm looking to take it in a different direction. Yeah, not use it for art and or, I don't know, fucking using ChatGPT to flirt with people and or do job interviews. It's like, there's this guy... Story time with Eagle. I'm just full of them tonight. There's this guy who I hate to say hang out with, like if I'm being too aggressive. Like Grammarly? You use Grammarly? Grammarly's been around for a while. I actually like Grammarly. It's kind of cool. There's the Sam Grindle. There it is. No. No, I hate that. Oh, well, it used to be cool. I think I see where I went wrong. Okay. So I think when I was making the bend right here, because there's a little bend when it comes down from the nasal to the cheek where that connects, right? That my brain just went, oh, make that. Make that a little smaller. Because there's an indent right there, you know? And I just forgot to expand it later. Seen the ChatGPT South Park episode? Nay. I don't really care for South Park. It was never one of the things I got into. I just throw the email in a redacted form into ChatGPT. Oh goodness. It's fine in job interviews. Yeah. Oh, you were talking about the yeah, I've been seeing way too many of the job interview AI things, and it's so insulting. Like, as somebody who struggled with getting jobs before, I feel like it's insulting to be interviewed by an AI program that breaks so easily. It's like, nope. Nope. You think very lowly of me. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I hesitate to say associate with this guy because I did not like him. He was the classic Nepo baby, essentially. Like, this kid, and I say kid, he's older than me. That's baffling to me. Absolutely flabbergasting. So this kid would go around, and if Tom's here, you know exactly who I'm talking about, and you can help me here. You know this story. You were there. You know this story. He would go around onto different Discord servers between me, my friends, and Tom, because we all stream, and be like, oh, well, I got my 1,000 subscribers by buying them, and this, that, and the other. And while he was touting that to all of us, he would tout and brag about passing his classes using AI. And I'm just... I am shooketh. But at the same time, in the same breath, he'd be like, I don't understand this material. And I'm like... This guy wants to be an English teacher. This dude wanted to go in and teach grammar and literature to children. But he doesn't understand what they were putting before him because he was putting it through an AI program to do his homework for him. And had the audacity to bitch about it. It's like, ooh. No. You're a fucking dumbass with too much money. You have too much money, very few brain cells up in cranial. You are stupid. I go, you pay for an education? This dude's dad was paying for his fucking education. And he was using an AI program and proud about it. He was fucking proud of it. And was like, you should use it, you should use it, you make better stuff. And I'm like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Don't fucking talk to me. Don't associate with me. Don't keep my name out of your damn mouth. Girl. Oh my god. Well, he got caught, and he did not graduate, is the long short of it. I don't want Grammarly on my browser. I don't trust him. That's fair. But it's just like insane in the motherfucking membrane. What the fuck? The entire point is to learn. You're paying to learn. Exactly. Exactly. If I if I was in a situation where my parents had the money to send me to college for whatever I wanted to go to, girl, I'd shut my damn mouth and put my nose to the grindstone. You ain't hearing a peep from me aside from class is going well. I'm having a mental breakdown and I'm getting a B. Girl! Like, what the fuck? Oh, but the cherry on top was, so you remember the whole YouTube thing? About him buying viewers and subscribers? Yeah, after he was kicked out of school, he started coming to me and Tom complaining that YouTube, had basically barred him from, like, their creator program, so he wouldn't make money from his videos, essentially. I'm like, oh, they can't do this is unfair, and we're just like, Man, I wonder why they did that. It's like, what the fuck? He cheats at everything, and then has the audacity to complain about getting slapped on the wrist. It's like, you are all sorts of privileged, and I hope you crash and burn. Alright. That looks a little bit better. Okay, yeah. We're just gonna flush it out of it. Flush it out. But it's calcium. Like, they won't know he bought subs. On the topic of AI job interviews, I just did an AI job interview and I had to repress my desire to break the AI. Oh, buddy. Oh, I do it in a heartbeat, because I'm petty like that. Especially now in my life. I'm like, it'd be a shame if somebody got this thing stuck saying levitate Pilates. And then I got an instant response saying I was rejected due to lack of experience. Oh, that's bullshit. I hate it when jobs come back or companies come back and say, oh, you have too much experience or you're overqualified for this job, and you're like, just say you're not hiring people and take down the wanted help sign. Okay? Okay, bestie. What? An AI job? You don't know what that is? Okay, so quite literally the company that set out the help wanted or job open, they will have you go into a Zoom call or something like that, and it's literally an AI program interviewing you. It is the most insulting thing, and it's like this huge trend over here in America right now, and it's disgusting. It's like, wow. Okay, you actually don't want people working for you. You can't even find an entry-level job? Oh my gosh. It's just, ugh. That's something else I hated. Because I worked a legitimate job. So here's the deal. I'm used to doing hard labor jobs, you know. Being... Or chat bot. It's a screening process, yes. I'm used to working hard labor jobs, like, from the time I was a kid. You know, you get paid $5 per bucket of strawberries or whatever you pull in, and the guy's like, here you go, kid, and you're like, cool, thanks. You know? I was used to that, so when I got done with high school, I had put aside my transcription job, because I was working through most of high school. I was working as a transcriptionist. I was like, man, I need a different job. Can we press the redo button in America? We are trying, it is not working! We are trying! You have to network these days, and I can't. I'm autistic, I suck at talking to people, even friends. I feel that. Gratuitously. You feel that. How sick are these damn lines do you want me to do? think I just need to soften up, like, hold on. Maybe the bread. Okay, you know what? Yes. Let's try that. Oh, make it smaller. I just want to soften this edge right here. I might go back through and just, you know, if there's any spots, I'm just gonna color over it. I think my brain just broke. Welcome to America, my friend. Welcome to America. But I'm trying to remember what I was talking about. I literally, oh god, it's been 2 hours. My goodness. I didn't realize I could life this long. I've been yapping for a hot minute. My god. Anywho, I'll keep yapping if you guys are interested. You are enabling the yap! Lines. Yes, lines. Mm-hmm. Them thick lines. Damn! Anywho. No. I had dropped my transcription job because the person who was living with me at the time looked at me and said, "Oh, that's not a real job because it's online." Yeah, the little black line, I'm gonna be going back over. I know, it's bugging me too. It's like, there's several of them, and I need to soften these lines instead of making them thicker, because that's just gonna make the problem. It's not gonna help. Alright. There we go. Happy brain, happy brain, happy brain. Very nice. I just want to add, like, a basis to which it was on, and sometimes it works, sometimes it don't work. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. Most times, shit. Eh. Anywho. Oh, nope. But, so the person who was living with me at the time looked at me and said, "I am over here now." Mm. "Oh, you can't have a job online. It's not real. You're never gonna make it." And I took them seriously because I valued their opinion for some god's-forsaken reason. Alright, see you later, JJ. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good day. For some god's-forsaken reason, even though taking the classes that I had through high school literally pointing towards that this person was a sociopath and they were very abusive, I was like, I value your opinion, therefore I shall go out and look for a physical job. Oh my god. This was 2000... Hold on. This was 2017. I graduated 2017. A few months early. And it was awful looking for a job. It was, ugh. I hated it. Because everywhere I walked in, and these were entry-level jobs. Like, their entire thing, their entire call to fame was, we're level entry, we're entry-level, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So I walk in and I'm like, okay, this is easy. Just tell them I just got out of high school. You know, it's gonna be fine. It was not fine. It was not fine. It was far from fine. Because they looked at me and were like, do you have any experience? And I'm like, no. Well, we don't want you here. Isn't this a level, like an entry level job? Like, right? And they're like, yeah, but we want somebody with experience. And I'm just like sitting there. I'm confused. Le confusion. Wait, you're 24 and graduated 2017? I'm 26 and graduated high school 2017. Yeah. Graduated when I was, oh god. roughly... Fuck. The problem is, with the living situation I was in, my memories are so foggy. Like, I'm realizing now the past few months, I have a lot of missing memories, and it's kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. And I know why. It's just like, oh god. Yeah, I graduated 2 years early, essentially. But I'm out looking for a job, and because of the state I live in, like, literally, you could get a job at 13. You just have to have your parents sign a form, and then all the money goes into a special bank account that you can't, access until you're 18. So, that's pretty much what happened, to a certain degree. Same. That's depression, at least for me, yeah. But the thing was, I was like, okay, well, can't get a job. What the fuck do I do? Because this person, I'm just gonna say it, it was my grandmother. Okay, it was my grandmother. Let's not beat around the bush. So my grandmother's constantly pressuring me to get a job, get a job, get a job. And this woman, just to give you a brief description of how bad she was, just a little taste. She would wait until I went to bed, and at the time I had started to have really bad insomnia because of her. So the few times I was able to go to sleep, she would wait until I was asleep, and then would take a bucket of ice cold water and dump it on me and start screaming at me at like 3 or 4 in the morning to get up. Yeah. What a grandmother, right? So that's who I lived with. And my mom eventually went like, okay, you know what? I got a job for you. Why don't you come over here? And she helped me get a job at the clinic that she works at today. Well, I thought it was great because it's a cleaning job. I don't have to deal with people all too much. I just have to deal with my boss, which at the time, my boss was pretty okay. We'll save that for later. But what the fuck? Why? Did they at least have some sort of twisted reason for it in their head? No, not really. It was because she thought it was funny. Like, quite literally, everything that my grandmother ever did to me was because she thought it was funny. And psychologically, it was to assert power over me because I'm a hard ass, okay? I was a hard ass little kid. I didn't take things easily in regards to, I didn't tolerate people bullshitting me and stuff like that. I was a stubborn little shit. And she hated me. She fucking hated me. So anything she could get away with, she would do it. Anywho, so I thought it was a great job. I like cleaning. The hours were flexible, but I told them I have a very strict schedule. Is this okay? And they're like, yeah, as long as the job gets done. And I'm like, cool. Do not get in my way. And I fucking cleaned that clinic. And then it was half a year later that I kicked my grandmother out of the house. I was the one who did it. I'm not gonna explain what happened, because I don't think we're all ready for that yet, but it was an event, let's just say. But, I thought the job was cool. I enjoyed it, because I could literally walk to work. It was very low contact, at least for the first few months. At least for the first few months, I say. I would also like to note that I do not work there anymore. I quit last year. So COVID rolls around. I'm in a major depression. I barely remember what happened during that time because I was so fucking out of it. Like, I just did not... I didn't exist. Literally my entire life during the first 2 years of COVID boiled down to me getting up, taking care of my dogs, taking care of my birds, cleaning house, and then sitting in my room on my phone, just zoning out. And then it'd be time to go to work, do my job, do the whole closing routine, get home, cook, clean, and just zone out. That was my life for 2 years. Oh, gods, it sucked. The cleaning is satisfying, incredibly so. I didn't realize how much of an impact that woman made in my life, because it was like I was happy for her to be gone. And a total deviation from the story, but I was happy for her to be gone, but at the same time it sent me into such a god's awful depression when she finally left. I was like, my body was still in fight or flight every single day. And I was like, what the fuck is this? But that's been my life for 15 years. Oh. So that was going on. And satisfying regarding kicking her out. Oh my gosh, it was. Because she is one of... every autistic person is different. Every person with some form of neurodivergency is different. I'm one of those people who cannot stand physical touch. I'm very particular about my clothes. I'm very particular about what like soaps and fabric softeners I use, because it is physically painful for me. Something in my brain just goes painful. And she was one of those people. She knew it because her son was the same way. However, she would never touch her son. She would never force him to hug her. She would never force him to hug other people. But when it came to me, oh my gosh, I would get my ass beat if I didn't give her a hug. If I didn't hug my aunts and my uncles. Yeah. Like, what? Okay. You know, it's just baffling. Truly baffling. I keep having to go over that particular layer. Hypersensitivity issue. Yeah. But deviation. I'm just focused on this nose, man. I'm like, I'm gonna get ya. Get ya. I'm gonna figure you out. I don't want it to be too, you know, too on the nose. Ah. Yeah. Nice gray tone to blend in. But no, so problems started to arise that second year of working there, which had been fine. I'm a very strict person. We've already discussed this. I have a schedule. I have to stick to it, or else everything's ruined. Everything is ruined. My entire day, my entire week, the entire month is absolutely ruined. I'm very strict about it. I know people look at me like I'm crazy, but it's like, I just can't. Listen, I respect your schedule, respect mine. Wish I could do art like this. I'm trying to make my first game and I suck at it. Yeah, I can see where that can be a problem. Alright, now I'm not too soured by this kind of blending, so it's kind of one of the vague things. We might use a different blender too. But problems started to arise around that second year during a Christmas party. Fun fact, I am not Abrahamic, which means I'm not Christian, I'm not Catholic, I'm none of it. I don't celebrate Christmas. I do, however, celebrate Yule and Beltane in Midsummer. And typically, what those pertain to is literally cooking a shit ton of things, hanging out with some people for a little bit, playing some games, and then going home. We don't have a big deal. I mean, sometimes I've been to a few holiday parties where it's a big deal. I've been to a few like parties, but mostly they're very, very quiet. Do you have a Discord or something you could critique or give pointers for art? Oh my gosh, that's oof. I do have a Discord, that's more for like general shenanigans. Because I'm just starting this year getting into more art streams. I don't know about being bold enough to critique other people's art, because I still, like, like, oh. I like how this formed. Oh, that's satisfying. So, problems arise this second year. And it was because I refused to go to the Christmas party that the clinic that I primarily worked at, because at the time, during the year that shall not be named, I was going between working at this particular clinic, and then I would carpool with a few other girls to the primary hospital, where it would be like, it would go between, oh, we only need you for like 4 hours, to you need to pull all-nighters because patient rooms and everything are full, and quite literally we have body bags going out, we need you to like completely sanitize this entire room. So, unpleasant part out of the way. Things finally calmed down slightly with that which shall not be named for reasons, because I will not invoke that upon myself again. I've done it once, I don't want to do it again. Oh dear. So the manager, who no longer works there, gives me an invite, and I politely decline, and I'm like, yeah, that's very nice of you, but no thank you. I'm gonna be doing other things that day, you know? I'm just, like, I'm literally unavailable that day. So the manager takes that as a slight. Mind you, let me explain this real quick. Clinic manager is not my manager. I don't report to her. She does not oversee anything that I do. She has no say in anything that I do. Alright? So with that established, she takes it upon herself to go above me and complain to the regional manager, now this is everyone's boss, and say that I was being rude to her and overly aggressive in regards to this party. So I got written up for that. And then I had an email, a work email, the work program, that said I am required to show up and I am required to bring gifts and I am required to bring food to said party.
Toasty!
Oh, thank you, Project Snipe, for the follow. Well, I did not take this very well. I printed out the email. I printed out the, like, I made copies. And I called up my boss. Ah, you're for awesome. Welcome to the Twitch side of things. But I printed out, like, copies of the email that was sent to me. I printed out copies of the invitation. And I handed it in to my boss, and I called, like, the regional manager, because I was like, I feel like there's a major misunderstanding with this. And I think this goes against your, like, company policy, especially in regards to religion. And yes, I did pull that card because it's a religious company. And their whole thing is, we are accepting of other religions. So, yeah, I really worked that against them. And it got dismissed. The write-up was dismissed. And just, it was... like, I walked in the day after said party, and I just looked at the, like, the site manager, like, with my best, you are a dumb bitch look. And what were you thinking was going to happen? Like, really? Really? What did she honestly think was going to happen? That it's so... I would think if you give an invite, at least in my personal experience, when I've handed out invites to, like, parties or things like that, and somebody goes, oh, no thank you, my reaction is, oh, okay, walks away. Why is it to blow up and have a big to-do and just be like, oh, I'm gonna make you go there? That's so weird. Like, that is legitimately fucking psychotic. Well, in the technical terms of being psychotic, not really. It's just very unusual and narcissistic behaviors. But it just... So that happened. Why the fuck would they write you up for an out-of-work invitation? Yeah. It was so weird. I got it dismissed, thankfully, because the company was in really bad reputation at the time. Like, they had lawyers breathing down their neck on other matters. So they really could not afford somebody going in, especially with a religious case, being like, hey, your employee did this to me and it's against this, like, really out of left field, so you guys need to, like, shape up here. Okay, hold on a second. Examining thine tastes. They're better than mine, I'll tell you that. Okay. Let's make some indents here. Okay. So that happened. And from that point on, this manager made it her goal to find a way to try to get me fired for an entire year. Like, she just had this really weird vendetta against me. It was... She tried everything. And the worst part was, the thing that sticks out in my head every time that I think to the early years of working there, she had every one of her friends there. So, nurse practitioner, one of the nurses, the lab technician, the RN, and then a float that was going in between and learning the ropes for the company. She had all of them, bear with me here, fill their garbage cans with Gatorade, stale coffee, and just leftover lunch and breakfast stuffs, and let it sit for an entire day. And at the time, the policy for cleaning trash cans was you're only allowed to use one because we're in what is it called? Not conversation. Fuck, my brain is going dead. Conversion? No, that's wrong. We were basically supposed to save as much supplies as possible, so we were only allowed to use one trash bag, and there are these really shitty, flimsy trash bags, right? Knowing this, she had them fill these trash cans with, like, sugary fluids and stale coffee, all this stuff, knowing it would break when I pull it out on me. There were many days that I had to walk to work with extra clothes. Mind you, it's a 15-minute walk, and I'm a speed walker, by the way, so it's summer. And where I live, it gets up to be 120. This bitch knows what she was doing. And the only reason it stopped, because I had reported it several times, and they just told me, oh, well, they probably don't mean anything by it. It's probably just an accident. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna call out in 2 weeks. I'm gonna take my first day off ever in 3 years. 3 years working this job. And I'm not gonna tell anybody except for my boss. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy here. Oh, God. These could be a little bit bigger. Yeah, you can exaggerate this a little bit more, dear. Go ahead and do that. Size here. We're not trying for accuracy. We're trying for fun. So I call out early for, like, not call out, like, oh no, I'm sick. It was like, hey, I'm not gonna be in town for this particular day. I'm just calling it out, you know, telling you guys early in advance. And like, okay, we give you this day off. Have fun, whatever it is, or good luck, da-da-da-da-da. The whole shtick. Corporate shtick. And, the girl who covers for me didn't even clean the clinic. She didn't even get to that, because her routine is different from mine. She likes to clean trash bags first. Oh, this poor girl. I felt bad, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes to stick it to people. Yeah, let's just say the manager got written up. Because this girl went through after she got absolutely soused with all this sugary, stale crap on her that it just stuck to her. 120. And the clinic, they like to save on power by turning off the AC. And the thing is, the windows don't open because they're all bolted and they're storm windows. So it's fucking hot in that bitch. It's awful. Oh, God. So she recorded all of the trash bags and everything being full of just this, all of it being full of just God's awful stuff. And on that day, she recorded God's for just, I don't know how this woman still has a job. She still works there. In the lab tech's office, used needles in the wrong disposal area. Because you're supposed to put them in these very specifically brightly labeled boxes for safety reasons, because you don't know what that syringe was used for. You don't know. You won't remember, even if you document it. Is that the right syringe? You don't label syringes. It's a safety hazard. She had thrown a bunch of syringes into, like, general trash. How she has a job, I don't know. I can't tell you. I am not. It's disappointing. But yeah, that happened. So a lot of people got written up that night. And it was only a month later that the site manager was fired for embezzlement. Which I find glorious, because she was accusing me of stealing stuff and accusing my mom of stealing things. When it's like, are you sure about that? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Because afterwards, I had basically started treating the clinic like I have a friend who works at casinos. And literally his entire job, he's a bouncer by all technicality, but they require him to, like, either A, wear pocketless pants and shirts that still look nice, right? Or B, he has to empty out his pockets before he enters and before he exits work, and roll up his sleeves and have them rolled up all the time, so they can see if he's stealing any money or any of the chips from the casinos, right? So I just took that approach to work from that point on, after I got accused of stealing things, and I would record it and send it to my boss and be like, look. And quite literally, the reason why she was accusing me of stealing things was because she wanted to cover up for herself and for the current RN, or not the current, not as in now, but the former RN, pardon grammar issue there. Man, I'm just going on tonight. Any syringe should be considered a safety hazard. Throwing them in general trash should actually be investigated as a crime. I know, right? Because you don't know what that was used for. Even if it's just a flu shot. Come on. Embezzlement, wild turn. She still has a job at the company. She got sent down to the bad place, as it were. But, yeah. But, yeah, it was... I never got an apology for that. But anytime somebody accused me of stealing, I'd just be like, are you sure you want to do that? Okay, fine. The lab technician accused me of stealing her badge, and I just looked at her like, you dumb bitch. Why the fuck would I steal your badge? Quite literally, she had misplaced her badge, and it was underneath her keyboard. I never got an apology for that, and it's still... like, it irks me to some degree, but I kind of expect it, you know? Like, after a point, I was like, okay, you're all children. You're a bunch of girls who peaked in high school and never grew the fuck up. And I guess that's mean, but it's true. You still think you're the popular girls. And my gods, when somebody even remotely challenges you by existing outside of your purview, not worshipping the ground you piss on, you lose your mind. And it's sad. It's like, how can someone live like that? Really, it's like, bitch, you live like this? Seriously? Okay. It's like, the most unstable people I have ever met in my life, and I have met a lot of generally unstable people who are drug addicts and alcoholics because that was just kind of the areas I was put in, you know? But my gods. The state of existence is saddening. Even to this day. Reminds me of that time I ran into one of my high school bullies at a house party at my house. Oh dear God. How did that go? I've been fortunate thus far never to encounter my bullies. Mainly because each and every single one of them I've gotten into a fight with. And yeah. Like I said, I wasn't a bad kid. I was a hard ass. And that included bullies. I know I made a lot of people feel uncomfortable as a kid. And I just cannot give a singular fuck to care about it. Oh. So it was my dad's college rental property I was living at with college friends. And they happened to know someone who knew one of my roommates. So it was weird to see them there. Did they just act like nothing happened? That's always, like, I consider that to be very peculiar. It's like, good sir, I think you need to go see a neurologist. Thine memory is fucked. And I tried catching up with them because, you know, people grow up, right? Yeah. To a degree, yes. Like, I get that. I stopped. Personally, I stopped believing in it just due to personal experience, but, you know, back in the days when I was an optimistic, naive child. Oh, dear. Every day I slip further and further into being like my great-grandfather, just a little less jovial than he. Oh, man. I'm honestly not too concerned about making the teeth look straight, because that's always very off. Like, personally, personal experience, off the note here, or off topic, whenever I look at somebody's art, and it's just a personal thing, I'm not saying they're bad artists, this does not make you a bad artist whatsoever, please do not take this the wrong way. But when people draw perfectly aligned teeth with no chips, no crookedness, or like minute misalignment of the jaw, it's very off-putting to me. It just triggers something in my brain that goes, ooh, this is weird. While talking to them, they just completely stopped talking to me and started talking to the guy they were with mid-conversation. And I was left standing there like, okay, just down here? You looking at my art? No, you're in the Discord? Oh shit, I did not see. Okay, wait. Now I'm going to see. Ah, that's actually really fucking good. That's really good, dude. I was talking about it in general. No, I wasn't talking about the teeth you made. I was just talking like in general. Oh, gods. Oh, goodness. Oh. I only discovered that by watching Arcane, and it seems like a lot of people are in a similar vein in regards to art. It's interesting, to say the least. How to smooth this out. Yes. It is 1:20. That was fun. Alright. But, yeah. They just stopped mid-conversation and just talked to the other guy. That's fucking wild. It's like, I just imagine from their perspective, they were starting to have flashbacks and be like, oh, Oh no. Oh no. How do I get out of this situation? I can't. Well, let me escape via this other person. They'll help me. Right?
What, cat? What is it?
You okay? Don't get sick on my bed. I'll be very displeased, sir. Yeah, but yeah, it's just like, what the fuck? Yeah. When it came to bullies in school, I only had a small handful. And like I said, most of them I beat the shit out of. Like, once I got over my reservations of hurting people, it was all... Yeah, no. It was just a hands-on situation. Everybody was hands-off, like, nope, 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 nope. Right into their friend who bullied me with them. Oh. There's a lot to be said about that. At a completely different place and super nice conversation with that person, so it was a stark contrast. Interesting. So it sounds like the friend finally developed a personality outside of, I'm a golden retriever and I'll follow you anywhere so long as you give me head pats. While the other guy is just drowning in trying to find who they are. And at least from here, it seems like they weren't very successful if they can't, you know, handle not confronting, but even having a civil conversation with somebody that they tormented. Good to know. Good to know. That's good. That's good. Just color blocking this.
That looks really fucking good.
I need to make this bigger.
Actually, I think that's pretty well proportioned.
Hmm. Train! Brr. Ah yes, the close-up of the nose. Excellent. Love it. But no. I still remember the name of my, God, I forget what grade it was. I think it was 3rd grade. I still remember her name, the name of that bully in particular. Because she was always used as an example against me. It's just... I was like, what? Okay. I think we just... Hold on. I see what I did wrong here. I see. Make it a little wobbly. Yeah, and regarding beating up bullies, half my bullies were girls. It doesn't look good for a guy to hit a girl. True.
Where you make friends with another girl. Do you want to be violent?
But it's just baffle. I say baffle a lot. It's one of the things that really made me go like, is this really all you have? Is this all the material you have is to make fun of my name? Because it's difficult to pronounce? Is that really all you have? That's kind of sad, dude. Even if they weren't, I'm 6'5" and couldn't even win a fight against this short dude. Oh no. Oh. It's just... it's weird. And it's a dominance thing. Which showcases like, oh, you're probably being bullied at home. And as unfortunate as that is, it makes you a shitty person to put that onto other people. And even shittier of a person, when you realize it later down the line, you don't admit it, and you continue to be a shit person. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't feel bad for you anymore. I do not feel bad for you anymore. You have lost all you got as a sympathy. You bitch. No wonder I feel weird about it. It's just because I'm using a smaller tool. I always like to try and see the best in people, but sometimes it's really, really hard. I'm proactive about that shit. You gotta prove you're a good person to me. I'm gonna automatically assume that you're up to no good. I ain't gonna say it. I'm just gonna keep a distance. Like, I'm not gonna actively go out of my way to be impolite or unkind to somebody, but I'm just not gonna give you a chance. And I guess that's off-putting to some people, but it's, you know, at a certain point, it keeps you alive. Oh dear. I can take a beating. I can't dish one out unless it's with words. Oh no. Yeah, words were never my forte when it came to that particular thing. Unless it was written word, at which point, yes. Rip somebody apart in an essay. Love it. That's the one thing I'll always hand my bullies. Outside of, like, once they found new material, it's like, oh, congratulations, you picked up a book, how cute! Oh, look at you using big words now. Your mom must be so proud. Oh, man. And of course that would entice the fist fight. Which I didn't really start to enjoy up until middle school, really. At which point I was like, go ahead. I want you to hit me.
Did me trying to help you learn to fight when you were little help at all?
Yeah, it did.
Told them about the drug nurse.
Yep. Auntie was in here with that. And so was Tom.
What did they say?
They were laughing and kind of exasperated, like, oh my gosh, she's at it again. And then you got left on read. I've never been in a fist fight, except with friends in a friendly boxing match. Oh, yeah. I lost immediately because I didn't know that headshots were game. Oh no. Yeah. It was kind of all bets are off once the glasses came off. Or if they tried to take my glasses, like, okay, well you're trying to take away the only way I can get around? Fuck you.
$100 of my mom's money? Let me take your ass.
It's just like, fuck you. Let me take a good bite out of you. Which that's psychologically damaging, by the way. If you didn't know. At a certain point, you can really, really damage someone's psyche by biting the fuck out of them. I don't recommend it, not unless you're in a dire situation. But yeah. Just fun stuff to know. I think I'm almost done smoothing out portions here. I'm over here now. I'm gonna keep some spots a little rough, just because it adds character. Totally. That's where we're gonna go. Alright. I like the rough feel of it. I was on the ground. Oh no. That actually makes it worse. I love how I've not touched the greenery at all, because there's a lot of greenery to this. There's a lot that's gonna cover up a lot of the work I've done already. Which I didn't... I didn't expect it to take this long. But I'm okay with that. Oh dear. Oh, the nose. That's right. The divots. Wait, did I put these on layer 7? No, they're on layer 8. No? Ah, 6. Tell you what, I'm gonna go above because some of these intersect. After this single hit. Oh goodness. I think I will make an updated skull motif for my thing. I've been meaning to make a updated background for YouTube, but we shall see. Like I said, I've got to get a bunch of projects done here shortly, and I'm back on schedule. Back on schedule! Yippee! And that will fan out a little bit more. This section needs to be a little bit wider. Just a wee bit. Just throw some paint in there.
Is this part of your sticker collection?
No. This is just for practice and to break art block.
You mean you don't have ideas for art?
More like I do, the execution is shitty, and it doesn't matter what I've been doing the past 2 days. It just hasn't been working out, so...
You haven't been seeing it work out?
Yeah.
It's been working out?
More like this is supposed to be a shock to the system. Like, here, something that we've been meaning to try.
It looks really good.
To...
The piece you were working on when I came in today looked good too.
Yeah.
At first I thought you were going to do one of the Buddha stuff. Your lines are very much in the Asian... You know what I mean?
Sort of. It's kinda... You know what? Bring out this.
I'm gonna make some tea.
Alright.
Hi, evil chat.
Mum says hi. Kind of have it branch out a little bit. There we go. I was very particular about my glasses when it came to school because for the longest time teachers said I were... It's getting late. You could tell. People try to say, oh, she's attention seeking, and I'm like, no, I literally don't want you to even look at me. I don't want you to perceive me. However, I cannot see. Adjusting to glasses wasn't too bad. uncomfortable, just because it's like I was constantly aware of the fact that there were frames. And I'm like, oh. Yeah, we already took care of that. Let me make the little divots here a little darker. Just because technically, if I were being more accurate, it'd be down into where the root of your teeth are.
That's what they use for dental records outside the physical teeth that you can see. Yeah.
I didn't realize how bad I needed glasses until I got them in 11th grade. It took me till roughly, oh god, it's 5th grade, halfway through the school year. And I'd been complaining about it the entire time. The teacher, literally the 3rd time I asked her, like, hey, could I sit a little closer to the front? She shoved me all the way into the back of the room. That was her response. It's like, gee, thanks! That makes me have a great opinion of you! Oh. God, I wish I had gotten Mr. Smith. He was such a cool dude. There was this gentleman who we all lovingly called Mr. Smith. It wasn't his actual last name. I don't know why we called him Mr. Smith, but we just did. And he was like a Robin Williams. That's the best way I can describe him, is he was like the personality and the humor of Robin Williams, and we just all adored him. He was a little harsh, rough around the edges occasionally. Didn't quite understand the generation, but rolled with the punches as best as he could. And I was like, just every day I was like, please let me get his class, please just let me get his class, because they removed me from that class due to what she did. Like,
Yeah, we don't think this is the right one for you.
oh, it took you this long to figure it out?
Wowee.
You ever had that one teacher that everyone makes fun of at first, but by the end of the year, everyone just knows they're by far the best teacher they'll ever have? Oh. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I always felt bad for her, too, because she was the only teacher to break me out of my cynicism. And kind of taught me how to be a little bit more optimistic with people. Just a touch. But I always felt bad because there was a weird cultural shift going on in Florida at the time. And mind you, in the area I lived in, the primary, and yes, we're gonna go here, the primary population, or the primary ethnic group, was Cuban. So a lot of the people, primarily Cuban. And for some fucking reason, and here's the deal, she was a very light-skinned woman, beautiful dark hair, bright green eyes, just beautiful Cuban woman. You would think she would fit right in. Oh my gosh, no. She caught so much shit. Which is still perplexing to this day. It's like, it wasn't even from white parents, it was from black parents and other Cuban parents. And I was like, what is wrong with you? What? And it's like, she was going to school to further like her degree because she could only teach at elementary schools at the time, so she was trying to become I think she was trying to go for like a college degree or something so she can go be a professor. And she was like, oh my gosh, charismatic, knew how to deal with kids and how to maneuver with parents fairly well, up until their racism caught up to them, apparently. Pisses me off to this day, because it's like, but why though? Like, I don't think you want to piss off the person who you're entrusting to protect and teach your children. I really don't. I don't know. It's really weird, bro. Cuban still catch shit? Yeah! But it was like... What? Well, we don't want her teaching our kids Spanish. Well, we don't want her teaching our kids that particular kind of Spanish. We want them to speak Mexican or this, that, and the other. And I'm like, she speaks English in class beautifully. What are you talking about? And even then, she helps kids who don't know English. Because she didn't just speak Cuban and English. She spoke French, Arabic, and something else. I can't remember what else. Like, this woman was on it. And everybody made fun of her. Even the students were making fun of her. But she was great. Overqualified indeed. She ended up quitting from that school and worked at a not an Olive Garden, pardon, a Outback Steakhouse the year later. I was like, my mom didn't know, and she was like, oh, let's go to Outback. And of course I was excited. And I had to do a double take because I was like, is that Miss Maria? Oh my god, it is. My mom and her actually hung out quite a bit after that, to be honest. She started, I forget what she did afterwards, but she got a better job. Oh, it's weird. Racism is such a stupid and weird concept. She deserves better, yeah. I have yet to fill in the teeths. Go a wee bit darker. Side. Wait, Outback still exists? I assume so. This was way back in the day. This was the early 2000s. I don't know about anymore. I know Olive Garden still exists. They're not half bad, to be honest. The only thing I'm gonna be real with you. The only thing I like at Olive Garden is their chicken gnocchi, because that's some good stuff right there. But yeah, she worked at an Olive Gardens for a while. Fuck. I have it on the brain now. Outback Steakhouse. The steakhouse, not Olive Garden. We actually didn't have an Olive Garden in Ocala for the longest time. It was over in Tampa, which was kind of weird. You'd think it'd be in Ocala, but they were like, nope. They didn't open it until the last year I lived there. Kind of let this bleed over here. I thought they went out of business, or are they just none in the Midwest? There's none in the Midwest. Yeah, they don't even have one in Fort Smith or Muskogee, which, it is okay by me. The only thing I really enjoyed about Outback was their Thunder Down Under. That was good. I got the recipe for it too. It's good stuff. And the best professor I ever had, an insanely low Ratami professor score, or has an insanely rate my professor. I did not read that. He was tough on his students, but very caring. Yeah. I mean, the teachers who actually care, typically, like, care about their students, are the ones who are going to be tougher on you. You know, that's what I find. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get mean. I'm gonna get in your face. Because I care about your education. I care about your future. I want you to do good for yourself. I've learned to appreciate that. Like, yep, okay. I can appreciate that. Especially now, in this day and age, where it's like, there's really not a lot of incentive for teachers to care. Especially when their lives are literally at risk each and every day because there's a lot of parents out there who just don't want to parent. And it's like, what the fuck? And they just let their kids do whatever. I'm not saying there's everyone, I'm just saying there's a very particular group of people who do that. I still talk to him. He wants me to pursue a career in writing. Ooh, hey. That'd be cool. Be really cool. Get this around the nasal ridge, just to darken it up a little bit. I've got to go up here soon. I've been working on the upper jaw for so long. I might be overdoing it, to be honest. Apparently, he filled one of my life goals of having one of my papers being shown as a class example. Ooh, that's awesome. Apparently he still shows it to his classes. That's really cool. Really neat. Let's make this a little bit larger so it can expand. Push the paint a little further. Sharpening around that edge. But to the point, he told me his students get upset at his tough teaching attitude and end up sending him emails calling him, oh, that's rude. That's just uncalled for. Also, who still uses the later insult? It's like... what? I mean, it's not even an insult anymore. At least in my personal opinion. It kind of... that died out in, like, the late 2000s, early 2010s. Personally, it stopped being used. It's very odd. I feel like we need to bring back looking at people and being like, God, you're fucking weird. And not for, like, being goofy or anything. Just, like, you're gay. Like, bro, you're fucking weird. How would you say that? Like, are you good? Are you okay? Are you suppressing something? Oh, God. Most of it is suppression, but that's a conversation for a later date. Oh, he actually is. Oh. He has in his composition course about somebody coming to accept gay people. Oh, that's cool. Well, good for him feeling comfortable to come out. Which is where that insult comes from. Still, it's unnecessary to use that as an insult. It's like... that's just bad decorum. In my personal opinion. It's unnecessary and uncalled for. Yeah. It's like, guys. Really? Really? You can be more creative. You're in college. Be more creative. Oh, dear. But at that point, it's more like, yeah, I'm gay. What about it? Exactly. Yeah. It's like, okay. I don't know who's more awkward in this situation, me or your dumbass. Like, yeah, okay, whatever, guy. I could come up with a better insult using the chat GPT. I don't think they can say. I don't think that can save them now. I don't think that will. Gotta make that fit that way. Looks like, you know, little indents of teeth right there.
Yes. Yes. Bend to my will.
Oh, I used to fail the course. Oh no. It just reminds me of the guy who used AI for his college classes. It's just like he could not have a conversation without using AI, and it just struck me as so sad. Because it's like, my guy, you're fucking, like, you're what they would call fucking cooked, and not in a good way. Like, there's cooking and then there's cooked. And you are cooked. Oh. Okay, it's gonna drive me nuts. Okay. Woo! Be a darker color. I'm cooked with talking to people, but I've never used chat GBT. Yeah. Okay, let's go for. We don't want to. There we go. Try that. I mean, it's literally just a similar shade, but this is like wear and tear for teeth, and then, you know, the natural state of decay. You know what makes drawing skeletons and skulls all the more fun, to a certain degree? I wanted to go to college to be a homicide detective. So I just threw myself into, like, psychology classes, and I shadowed a detective for over a year and did all this stuff. And then I realized I don't want to work with cops. Woo! But I got to go into, like, forensics, and I actually, as grim as it is, looking on the bright side, it was kind of fun, because you get to take this course that's literally all about learning where the victim was standing when they get struck. And the same can be applied for learning to hunt, because my dad taught me how to, and tracking with blood trails and everything, but learning where the victim was struck, with what kind of object, or getting an approximation of the object, via blood trails and splatter. And I know it's grim. I understand. I am fully admitting that. I know it is. There's something about it makes me just... It tickles me pink of being able to utilize that information at times. It sounds like the perfect autism job. Yeah! It's like, I'm looking for the bad guys. While still having the nuance of being like, maybe they weren't entirely a bad guy. We shall find out. Actually, yeah, that kind of works. I was a little worried that it wouldn't work. Maybe a little more shaping, but, you know. I mean, the thing that really drew me out of it, unfortunately, was just the level of incompetence and the showboating that goes on with police. Even if you work as a private firm, you just have to deal with some of the worst people. And I live in a small town, so this is where I shadowed. Oh my god, the ineptitude was immense and deplorable. It's like, can you get your head out of your own ass for 5 seconds? Your dick is not that big, trust me. If you can get over that, yes. And in a perfect world, you wouldn't have to worry about it. And alas, we're here. Oh, gods. So then I started working, like, after that, still in high school, I was still going through the transcription. Unsolicited art suggestions. If you're looking for decay in teeth, maybe add some chips and dark spots in the teeth? Yeah, that's a good idea. Because I like to make them crooked, especially if it's like on a skull, because you really don't have anything to hold the alignment anymore, just because the calcium and everything is slowly being chipped away by, you know, wear and tear and weather, wherever it is. So chipping and so on would be a good idea. They wouldn't connect to each other very well. Yeah, they wouldn't. Yeah. Gotta be careful with how much I add. We don't want to go above this. Because at least from the reference I'm using, it's not really showing the decay isn't as bad to show the root of your teeth. Which if you can see that, if you can see that in a person, they need help. That's a bad, bad sign. Something is very wrong. That's why I always cringe, because I've had the shit beat out of me before, so bad that I lost a tooth. I've actually lost a few teeth because of that. Hey, the person in that reference photo is in a recovery program. Yes, they're in recovery and reclaiming. Oh, gods. Whew. But I got beat so badly that it cracked and I lost a lot of teeth, but never enough to break through to, like, to lose the root, right? But I have seen that, and my god, it makes me cringe and shiver. Because it's like, god, how badly do you need to fuck up somebody's jaw and just hit them repeatedly in the mouth to be able to do that? Like, the sheer pressure. It doesn't take much to break a nose, but the sheer pressure to literally have the entire tooth plus the root come out in a clean strike? Oh. God dang. I'm not admiring it. I'm just... whoa. Yeah. I've had to study a few cases that are like that, and just been like, this fool better catch some heavy fucking charges. Because let me tell you, having been in a similar position, that hurts a lot. The archaeologist in charge just gave them their 12-month coin. Oh goodness. It looks flat. Yeah. For now it does. That's the thing. Is I'm just slowly going over everything and adding the detail as we go. Oh gods. Hold on. Oh. What happened here? Yeah, we're gonna leave that as is. Oh, wait, no. There we go. Feel a hiding layer for a sec? Okay, which one? There's a few. I've got a few layers going on here. I think I have a total of 8. I have a total of 8 layers going on. So here's 7. Here's 6. Coloring. Okay. 5. So which one were we on? Which one is this? I think this is... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's 5. Okay, this one's 5. Alright, so teeth is 5. Okay. There we go. Here we are. We're here. Need to blend this in a little bit more. 5. Okay, we're on 5. I'm not moving. Don't move. Stop. Stop. Also, let me see real quick. Hide it again. Roger that. Okay. Which design special I see? So we have this. I can't really mark anything while it's like that. What are you thinking? The tooth that looks flat has incredible shading detail. You should use in the layer after coloring. Yeah, so you thinking it's like, is it? I think you're talking about this one right here. It's not an incisor. Kind of just went fuck it, because you know it's not meant to be accurate, but yeah. Because technically this should be a little bit sharper since you have your flats up first. Hi. Because I'm missing one. Literally, I am missing teeth. And then there's another one that's more of a vegetarian tooth. And then you have your canids, or your incisors, as most people call them. And then you have your grinders and then your molars. The molars are a bit more shapely alongside the canids. The left of that one, so the left of this one. So this one right here? Alright, okay. Or the point at the top. Oh, this one. That. Okay. That's what you're talking about. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. So that one could use a bit more shading. I'm gonna add a note. Oop, that. The best thing about working on a tablet like this is that I can just throw notes everywhere. I don't typically do it until I get to the point of, at least in my usual work, because this is very unusual for me. Okay, let's start with this. Typically, I will go up until the point of, like, I'm done with my line art. I go back over my line art, and before I commit to adding shading onto things, I will throw down notes. Because it's just good. It's good form to go back over your work and be like, okay, what does the eye catch? You know, what's something I can improve upon? I think you need to soften this a little bit more. There you go. Yeah, soften this color a bit more, heighten this so it looks like it's going down to the root. Like we're just starting to expose the bone a bit more. Ooh, failure. No, you're good. Train! Okay. Oh man. The day I move is gonna be, or not move exactly, the day I move into a new place, and if it's not by a train, that's gonna be so jarring because I've just gotten used to it. I am so numb to it. I don't even, it's like, oh yeah, that's a train. I only notice it because I'm streaming and it's like that thing of, oh, I need to make you guys aware. There's a train, you know? Go a little lighter. There you go. Another thing that could be skewing with our perception is because I put little indicators of where the rounding of the teeth are, and I didn't do it with this one. I'm just now noticing that. But yeah, here we go. So it looks a little bit more rounded towards the top, or at least we're attempting to accrue that. We also need this to kind of flip over here, so it's not super flat around there, because if you look at your gums, a good indicator where the bone and everything is, they're all rounding into each other very, like, softly. Fun stuff. Oh. Especially right in here, because it might be overlapping. Hey, that's another thing. I think you mentioned that. Overlapping teeth, crookedness. I remember growing up, we went to the Saints baseball games. They're not professional. But throughout the game, the announcer would always get less enthusiastic about shouting train the later it got. Oh, yeah. Yep. You get tired of it after a while. Unless there's a coal engine going by. Those are fun, because have you ever heard of heard a coal engine go off? It is the most otherworldly sound imaginable when you're used to modern day trains or used to streamlined trains. It's haunting. But it's so cool. They really are cool. Pieces of history, especially out here. I don't think we have those in Minnesota. More than likely not. I don't know. I forget where the museum is. I think it's past Fort Smith, but occasionally they'll take those out for a spin for the kids to ride on and learn about trains, because trains are all up and throughout Oklahoma and Arkansas. So they have a thing where every year they get all the kids together from whatever school or like what have you, and they have them ride on a coal train to learn about the culture. I think that is so neat. And ironically, I do like trains. Not a meme. I do like trains. I think they're cool. I like the connectedness of it. The history is horrible out here, but it, like, trains serve a purpose. It's a shame that as large of a country as we are, we don't utilize trains more unless it's subways. Indoctrinating kids on using coal. Start them early. Sprinkle a little coal in their Coca-Cola. They'll never notice the difference. You know what's bad? Is that Coca-Cola was banned in, I think... Oh god, I think it was recent. It wasn't the you know what, I need to look this up. It bothers me. Because this used to be like the fact that I would be the proudest of when I was a kid. back in Florida because the band started in Florida. Coca-Cola as a company fought so hard to not have this ban go effect in Florida. And you're gonna understand why here in a moment. Hold on. This was recent. I don't know what that means, but okay. Hold on. When did Coca-Cola stop using cocaine in their drinks? I'm not joking. Okay, so in 1903, the fresh cocoa leaves were removed from the formula. That's not what I asked. Alright, I'm gonna make an estimation because there was a case file on this recently. Well, not recently, it was like 20 years ago, before I was born. This happened about... Okay, hold on. Let me do some math real quick. So that's 2000, so... late 1970s. I can't give you an approximate date, but late 1970s, because there was a murder case, or homicide had happened, and then the case was a year after. But specifically, the perpetrator was very peeved that the people he had killed had not offered him any of their Coca-Cola, because at the time cocaine was still like, I'm not saying they were taking the white powder and like, oh, yeah, shake it up. Partially, because the whole point of Coca-Cola, number one, was to get people addicted to it, which is partially why it had cocaine in it, but also it was a flavor. They mixed it with something else to make it sweet. Yeah. So after yes, this is the forefront thing they will show you. After 1904, instead of using fresh leaves, Coca-Cola started using spent leaves, the leftovers of the cocaine extraction process with trace levels of cocaine 81. Since then, by 1992, or pardon, 1929, 82, Coca-Cola has used a cocaine-free cocoa leaf extract. Yes. To a degree. Because here's another fun thing. My family is predominantly, as much as they are musically inclined, they are also intermixed with, my family's very military heavy. And the fact is, my mom still remembers when you had to be careful with handing out Coke to kids, because, not just because, oh, it's sweet, oh, you know, addiction that way. It literally had drugs in it. So a lot of a lot of bases banned kids from drinking Coca-Cola, even though it was the popular drink among service members. But they didn't want the kids getting addicted. It's like, fine if our troops have it, kids can't. Which is fair, I mean, yeah. Can we clip that one out of context? Parents have to start to be careful of handing out Coke to kids. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Just that out of context. Throw it up there. Yeah. Oh, gods. I have lost my place. Okay, 3. No, it's not 3. Blasted. Okay. I'm not gonna, I'm moving on. I need to move on. I need to move on. You need to move on. You need to let it go. You need to let it go, evil. You need to let it go. Later. You can do that later. Because there's I've spent the last hour and 30 minutes on this. Oh! Anywho, I need to move on from that, and I will need to work on this, because that has been on my brain.
It's on the brain. It's on the brain.
What color am I using? Oh, that's perfect. Let's start with the bridge here. But yeah, I that was very recent, and they were fighting it in Florida for a long time because what happens a lot in Florida to this day? Florida gets a lot of cocaine shipments. You can literally, there was a news report the other day of tourists from upstate finding a luggage, a suitcase strapped with duct tape with cocaine inside of it. And that is a normal occurrence. Like, as kids, I remember my mom pulling me aside while we were in, like, Daytona and then eventually to Tampa. Like, hey, if you see a suitcase or a bag along the beach, do not pick it up. There would be signs of, like, if you see an unattended bag that is just washed up on shore, do not touch it. Don't touch it, alert the authorities. Because it was so commonplace. Maybe a little fucked up. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. A bucket list of drugs to be on and done with, allegedly speaking, of course. Steve, don't take this out of context. If I tried, allegedly, cocaine in the past, it's overrated. No. Yeah. I gotta... There's a lot to be said about cocaine in my personal experience. Not that I've tried it. Just that some family members were addicts of it, and, you know, we don't talk that much for reasons. And there are some things that I'm very, very strict about when it comes to certain people hanging around me, and they're like, oh, I want to be in your life now, and I'm like, okay, you're gonna have to follow these rules then. And if you don't like it, too fucking bad, and if you don't follow them, you're fucked. You can make that a little sharper. We're not aiming for accuracy, we're aiming for fun and learning.
Yes. Yes. Do it.
When I'm done, not on and done. Oh, so try once, then be done with. Yes. It's a sore subject. I don't know how to explain it. Not so much of a sore subject, more of I have very strong beliefs in regards to the substances in general, but it's just one of those things that I understand not a lot of people are going to agree with me on, so I keep it light. I'm a very strict person when it comes to things, and I'm not saying I myself am a teetotaler. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I just find it, for me, trying to imagine myself as another person looking at myself, I find it very distasteful on my person. Does that make sense? That is fucking expensive. Oh. So I am a teetotaler to a degree. Now, whether or not somebody else is using it, that is their jurisdiction. That is not my jurisdiction, unless we've had prior experiences with it, and, you know, it didn't work out so well. Or they did something violent, and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna put myself in a room with you while you're on that again, because I don't trust you when you're not you. It's one thing to experiment, it's another thing to fall into it knowing that you have an addictive personality and to completely refuse assistance, you know, and blame it on everyone else. Because I've had people in my life like that. Hells, my own father was like that for a long time. I just didn't fucking speak to him. Because he was a dangerous person to be around. And I adore my father. We're on better terms now. He's still stepping on eggshells. Or however that saying goes. But, you know. He knows the rules. He knows I'll beat his ass. Oh, God. Especially if he pulls any of the shit that he did with my mom if I have kids. Because that is like... Sir? There's about to be a lot of allegeds going on. Like, you know what? Fair enough, fair enough. That's fine. Ugh. But yeah, it's up to somebody else's jurisdiction, or their own jurisdiction, whether or not to do it. I'm just not going to participate. I need to add a bit more color into the, like, this is completely... Yeah. Yeah! Besides, I play games like World of Warcraft, are you kidding me? I might have an addictive personality. I've kind of accepted that in my life. I've just... It's very odd, the things that give me serotonin boosts, you know? They're very few and far in between, but I never have that inclination of, oh, do it again, do that again. It's just... okay. That was something, I guess. I guess the weirdest one for me is alcohol. Alcohol. I don't... I feel like it's a sin because I come from a Lithuanian family, and alcohol is a very big part of our culture to a degree. But, I don't like it. I've tried different variations. I've tried different kinds of drinks. I've tried, you know, the fancy margaritas and the fruity stuff, you know, fancy cocktails, things like that. It tastes awful. I think I'm just predisposed to, like, disliking it, honestly. Something in the genetics got twisted, and instead of being like, ah, yes, you know, you'll fall into this category, my body is just like, huh? Nope, can't take another sip. Ugh. At a concert, and I did apparently was ask some girls for their numbers, got rejected, then moving on. You know what? That's for the best. My brother just built a tiki bar, and the amount of insanely good drinks is good. Now, I will say, I've had mocktails, and those are good. Literally, it's just Sprite with, like, fruit juice half the damn time. I don't mind those. Those are great. I enjoy those. My mom makes what is it called? It's like a sunset something. is the way she it's supposed to have tequila in it, but she makes it with Sprite, pineapple juice, cherry juice, and then mangoes in it, and that's pretty good. I like that. That one's really nice. The most I can do in regards to the alcohol is watered down wine. Yeah! The tequila sunrise. Yes! That one. Yeah! But, yeah, watered down wine, like the really cheap stuff you find at Wally World. It's the best I can do, buddy. Now, here's the weird thing. Okay? Brace yourself. I love the smell of, like, hops. That's so nostalgic for me. Like, if you walk into... I don't... Oh, God, it's been forever since I've done this I was in Oklahoma City when I did this. But if you walk into a brewery and the smell of the hops and everything... Oh, I love that. I don't know why. It just clicks. It's like, oh yes, this is comfy. Okay, we're not gonna add those lines yet. Gonna lean away from it. I don't know. I don't know what to say on it. Alright, that's a good color. It's a little gray, a little molted, but that's okay. We'll just add, like, little odd divots here. My first year of college, when new Call of Duty came out, me and my roommates drank an entire bottle of tequila. Oh my god. Fucking hells. That's unfathomable to me. Ooh. Like, I can barely handle a goddamn cup. Ugh. Alright, let's exaggerate it a little bit. Here we go. Especially on this side, since this is going away. Oh, your roommates were football players, so they're big boys. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, the body weight to alcohol ratio. Yeah, it saves their ass. Yep. Then I realized I actually had a class. Oh no. But ever since I had to go to class hungover on tequila, I can't stand the smell of tequila to this day. Goodness. Yeah. The one thing that'll always stick in my mind, I have a few stories about drinking. Not me as an active participant, but just an observer. So one of the... Okay, I'll tell the first one. One of my good friends, somebody I trust my life with, right? The first thing, my first introduction to him was him getting in my face and being angry with me because I wouldn't share a drink with him at this holiday party. And it's an alternative party, by the way. I don't know how else to say it. It's alternative. It was a spring festival. Alternative? Yes. Alternative. No, it wasn't spring festival. It was the summer festival. Yes. It was midsummer. So, quite literally, what does that mean? Oh shit. Fuck.
I hit the eraser. No.
Wait. I don't know why I panicked. It's not Krita. It's fine. Okay, you're fine. Oh. How do I put this eloquently? Oh, there's no eloquent way to put it. I'm pagan. It's a pagan party. Literally, we just went out into the middle of the woods. You know, we rented out this Airbnb. And everybody agreed upon what they were bringing. I brought a bunch of sweets. Some guys brought stuff for a barbecue. Some people brought instruments and things, books. It is literally just a quiet retreat into the woods where no one can bother us, and we just got together, had a cookout. Some people stayed up to drink, other people were just like, deuces, I'm going to bed. But we were only there to celebrate, literally summer. That's the entire point of it. Anywho, so at this party, and it's the first night, and my partner at the time had decided that instead of introducing me to his friends, he was going to completely ignore me, and instead went to hang out with his friends, leaving me alone in a room full of now mostly men, predominantly male room, who are getting soused. Yeah, not the best impression I had after that point of him. Anywho, moving on. By the way, for those of you who cannot pick it up, do not bring your partner to a party or a event where there is alcohol and they are very uncomfortable by themselves, and then completely ignore them for the entire night and not go to their social rescue. Ah, I was so pissed. Anywho, my friend Castle, his nickname was Castle, was kind of just serving everyone drinks, and basically, this guy, my now friend, sat next to me, and Castle just handed us both a drink. I just said no thank you. I passed the drink over to my now friend, and he looked at me and said, "What, are you too good to drink with me?" And I didn't have a response, so instead of waiting and letting my other friend Castle explain, he got into my face. It was literally just like, dude, I would love to have a conversation with you, but fuck. Oh, well, why can't you drink? And I'm like, just gave him the excuse of religious reasons, man. He's like, oh, you're one of those. And I'm like, not really. Kind of lied to you, but you know, get out of my face because you're drunk. No, he apologized in the morning, of course, and then, you know, conversation, but... Alright, kinda want... There we go. It's fine if you don't get it. It's okay. But it was hilarious, though, getting to talk to him afterwards, because I started explaining a little bit more about my situation, personal issues and stuff, you know, family issues, things like that. Won't get into too much. And then come to find out, number one, this guy is a former Marine, which I was like, really? That's fascinating. Where were you stationed? Come to find out he was stationed at the same place as my brother, the same year. Probably did not interact, though. So, didn't even ask about that. I was just like, oh, that's actually really cool. And then he ended up going for training in Lithuania. Oh, move this to another layer. We're going to 7. Hilarious. There we go. But I have to say, the weirdest one I've ever experienced, the weirdest, and it was it makes me question how people see me. Like, when you hear me talk, you probably think I'm a little older than than I actually am. If I'm getting super excitable during a stream, you probably think I'm a little younger than I actually am. What have you. Whatever. So, I'm always very conflicted on how people perceive me, which is another thing of, like, why I say I'm terrified of people perceiving me, because it's like, I can't control how people perceive me, you know? I try to give them a good impression, what have you, and it just, I don't know anymore. I think I've given up. I think I've given up. I don't know. There's still hope of, like, please see me as an adult and not a child. Please? Yeah. So as someone who grew up with internet friends up to 15 years older and 5 years younger than me, I really don't understand that. I don't really think that way. Yeah, it's just... It's... I don't know how to describe it, because my entire life, people have gone, oh, we think you're much older than you actually are, or you're much younger than you actually are. It's just been in this flippant back and forth thing, and it's very perplexing. So, the situation... I was with the same guy, my partner at the time, and he decided to take us out to a very fancy steakhouse. It's like, oh, that's great. Super excited. Let's do this. Well, the thing is, it's partial steakhouse, partial brewery, right? Which I thought was pretty cool at the time, because I like the smell of hops. It's very nostalgic to me. So get in there, and... like, one of the things they have up at the front of the restaurant is, if you are ordering alcohol, please have your driver's license or your state ID ready. Right? If you are under the age of 18, we cannot serve alcohol to you. Very simple thing. And both him and I have made the agreement because, number one, I don't have a driver's license. I can't drive. And he's the only person who has a driver's license that we're not gonna drink. It's like, yeah, no. We're not stupid. We may be young, but we are not stupid. Yeah, I'm not calling my mom from jail with that one. Right? I usually went to Canada to meet a Counter-Strike teammate in person for his wedding. Helped him write his vows. Oh, that's sweet. He's 10 years older than me. Yeah, that's really sweet. So we get in there, and the first thing that's put in front of us isn't just like, oh, appetizers, because this is a high-end place. It's appetizers and their alcoholic specials for the night. We both looked at the waiter and like, we're not gonna do any of that. And he goes, are you sure? You know, the typical trying to make a little extra. I get it. I respect the hustle. Completely. Not complaining about that. So he takes it away, and then a little later, another waiter comes up. Paired! Yes, paired! They are paired together. Another waiter comes up and drops off another alcoholic menu in front of us, and we're like, hey, we're not doing any of that. Please and thank you. And they go, are you sure? Yep. Okay. And walk right off. And we're both like, this is getting a little odd, but, you know, maybe they're just trying to make a little extra money from the tab. Respect the hustle, right? Money was tight at the time. They're just like, you're gonna drink and you're gonna like it. We were both, by the way, we're both 20. Well, he's 21, I'm 20. Which I think that no, the year after is when they changed the drinking limit to 21, I believe. Was it? I'm gonna have to look it up later. If I can remember it. Odds. But, you know, decision made. We're not drinking, whatever, we're having a nice night together, trying to at least. Literally have nothing in fucking common. I don't know why I dated him. Guess it was just to experience it. I don't know. And this time, the third time around, this guy comes up and he's one of the servers and he just sets the stuff in front of us. And it's beer. It's bitch basic beer. And he's like, here you go. And we're like, we didn't order that. You know, because my date is being very conscientious of like what we're ordering, and I'm helping him with it because he asked me to help him with his finances. So I'm like, you know, let's just stick to a very strict what we're doing for the night. Let's not go overboard. Let's not do extra. You know, we can have fun with this. So we're both like, where the fuck did that come from? We didn't order that. Oh, we know. What do you mean you know? If you know, then we're not having that. We can't afford that. Oh, well, you should at least try some of the stuff on the house. And we're like, no.
Stop trying to give us alcohol, for fuck's sake.
You haven't even... Here's the problem. They didn't even check our IDs. It was like after the fourth time that we had a waiter drop one off and try to be casual at it, I just grabbed somebody and I was like, please, look at our fucking IDs. Nobody's looked at them. Why are you not checking this shit? That irked me the most that night. I was like, why is no one checking my ID? Hello? You know? And I guess that's weird, but... It's like... Huh? Wait, there's places in the States where the drinking age was under 21? I thought it was raised for all states for a long time ago. It might have been, because I remember saying... I remember having this idea of, like, we cannot legally drink. You know what? Hold on, let me take a look at it real quick. I might be getting, like... Why is she coming up? What? Please tell me something horrible happened to the person. Damn it. Okay, anywho, sorry. Sidetracked there for a moment. I saw a name. I had to wish illness for a moment. And then you get to the age where you're like, please check my ID. I don't look that old, right? Right? Okay, Oklahoma drinking age. When was this? Okay, it's a little iffy, so yeah, it's been 21. However, there is an admin, or a slight crux to it. If you are 18, you are only allowed to consume beer that is 3.2%. So between 18 and 21, beer that is 3.2% alcohol. What the fuck? Maybe that's what they were trying to give us. I don't know. I was just kind of peeved they weren't checking my license. Like, not my license, but my state ID. I was pissed after a while. Because I had to ask him, I'm like, I don't look that old, do I? And he's like, no. No, you don't. It was hilarious because he was baby-faced, so I thought they were going to stop him for a moment. Like, oh, sir, can we see your ID? And no, they were just like, here you go. Here's the beer. Here's some alcohol. Please buy some from us. And I'm like, what the fuck? It was weird. It's just weird. Thing is, they're still open to this day. I mean, I would hope so. It's a nice steakhouse. Like, really nice steakhouse. But I hope they check people's ID before serving alcohol. Like, please. For y'all's own safety, you just be handing that out to whoever walks through the door. Really? Really? Be a little crazy sometimes. Oh no, that's one of the peculiar ones. Makes you question, like, do I look that old, or were they just trying to be nice? If so, it's a weird form of niceness that can get somebody in trouble. I don't know if I like that. You know what I mean? Huh. I honestly think my brain's kaput because now I'm just like questioning everything I'm doing right now. It's not a good state of being. So this is as far as we've gone tonight. That's like 4 hours of me yapping and just painting. Oh my gosh, that's a small note. I need to make that note bigger. Wait. Hang on. Let me make a bigger note. Let me throw down some notes real quick. Let's do it in the icy pen. Yes. So that way when I come back to this tomorrow. Okay, need more shade. Go. Alright, yeah. Nasal ridge. Okay. Do you use a pen or a mouse? I use a pen. A stylus. Un stylo. I can't use a mouse. I mean, not saying that I'm incapable of doing it, it's just very uncomfortable. I like having a pen. Meanwhile, when I was 18, my dad ordered me a drink in Wisconsin. Drinking laws for 18 plus if your parents are there. The server came up to the table saying they got complaints from a couple who saw me get a drink.
Like, oh my gosh. He's accompanied by an adult and getting a drink. Ugh.
Yeah. Okay, like, mind your own damn business, Karen. Goddamn. Jeez, you nosy bitch. Oh, dear. Alright, that's where we're at. I'm gonna end the stream here because this went on way longer than I actually planned it to. So thank you guys for joining me. If you enjoy the show, drop a follow, like, and subscribe on YouTube. I'll showcase this as it goes. The next art stream is next Tuesday evening, until further notice, unless we add an extra one, because here soon I'm thinking about having an art stream, like maybe possibly every day, just to kind of force myself to work a bit more. Expand skills, expand the horizons, as it were. So, yeah. Thank you guys for listening to me yap and participating in said yapping. Alright, good night everyone. I will catch you guys in the evening tomorrow. Bye bye! Oh, au revoir!